Bago pa man magsimulang tumigil ang mundo ng dahil sa pandemya, napakadami na namin ginaharap para lang magampanan ang aming tungkulin. Matugunan ang pangangailangan ng nakararami. Simula sa lungkot na dala ng pagsampa hanggang sa iba't ibang klaseng trabaho na dinaranas namin sa araw-araw. Kalakip ang pangako ng magandang bukas. Patuloy kaming babangon para matugunan ang inyong pangangailangan. Patuloy namin iaalay ang aming oras at kakayahan para mapanatili kayong nakangiti. Patuloy kaming maglalayag sa iba't ibang dako ng mundo upang mapanatiling maayos ang inyong kalagayan. Ilan lang kami sa lipu-lipong manggagawa sa karagatan na nagnanais ng karampatang pagtrato at respeto. Para sa aming napiling larangan, sana sa araw na ito nilaan para sa amin, maisip mo rin kami. Nagmamahal ng marinong Pilipino.
This 2021, we are taking it a step further as we shift our focus on environmental sustainability. We will invest in more renewable energy projects, both here and abroad, while making sure we still have the right balance for baseload capacity as we strive to fulfill our commitment to powering the country's growth and helping fight climate change. We are focused on reaching an almost 50-50 balance between our clean energy portfolio and thermal capacities that will ultimately address the energy trilemma of availability, cost efficiency, and sustainability. We at Aboitiz Power want to be more than just your preferred energy company. We want to be a catalyst for change while being an effective partner for progress. Our mission stays the same. We aspire to drive change for a better world, not just for the people living today, but for generations to come.
LONGi has become the #1 solar company in the world. In 2020, LONGi became the first solar technology company to ship more than 20 gigawatt modules annually, which almost equals to the installed capacity of the largest hydroelectric power plant. The reliable performance of its solar modules makes LONGi the leading light in moving the world towards a green and sustainable energy future across 6 continents and 85 countries. Over the past 21 years, LONGi has been totally committed to the monocrystalline technology, convinced that it would bring about industrial technological change and become the benchmark for the global PV industry. Since then, the industry trend has undergone significant change, with monocrystalline now dominating with a market share of 90%. LONGi leading the energy revolution, making green ambitions reality.
energy industry in the Philippines is experiencing a dramatic expansion as the country faces a strong demand for new sources of power to support its rapid economic growth. With abundant sunlight, increasingly affordable technology, and growing investor interest, the solar energy sector is poised to take advantage of these opportunities. The Philippine government has allocated 7,000 megawatts of power generation to add to the country's existing capacity over the next 5 years. With its commitment to reduce 70% of carbon emissions by 2030, renewable energy is the most viable option to meet this tremendous demand. WeGen has entered the Philippines with a unique proposition, one that will revolutionize the energy sector. WeGen is a next-generation energy tech company that uses rapidly advancing renewable energy, battery storage, and software technologies to develop energy solutions for homes, communities, schools, and small businesses to large industrial and commercial properties, resorts, and even entire islands. Our name, WeGen, reflects our belief in the democratization of energy. We, families, communities, and businesses can produce or generate and share all the power we need, transforming consumers into prosumers. WeGen offers 3 distinct solutions to our customers: residential or commercial solar solutions, solar PV, battery storage, and smart software solutions for homes, schools, churches, hospitals, and businesses, reduces energy bills and provides emergency power. Standalone island solutions replaces diesel and fossil fuels with a mix of renewables. For example, solar, wind, biomass, and smart software. Ideal for eco-resorts and small islands. And distributed power plants. Aggregation and supply of energy can serve as reserve capacity to provide power during peak load hours. At the heart of WeGen is its commitment to community development and social change for marginalized sectors in the country. We envision the eradication of energy poverty towards sustainable development for all. From job creation to ecological conversion, WeGen believes in expanding the horizons for underserved communities through energy aggregation and democratization. WeGen has dedicated itself to bridging gaps and building sustainable communities through clean and affordable energy solutions for all. WeGen, the power of sharing.
Welcome to Conrad, Manila, the iconic architecture and luxury haven inspired by the impressive vessels that traverse Manila Bay. With 347 guest rooms, dining, and meeting options, Conrad Manila is dedicated to serve our various market segments in good times and amid challenges. The health and safety of our guests and of our people are our highest concerns. From check-in to check-out, our promise is to deliver a high level of reliable and friendly service with added confidence of global hygiene practices to keep everyone safe. Conrad Manila proudly offers the Hilton Event Ready and Clean Stay, designed to create event experiences that are clean, flexible, safe, and socially responsible. From redesigned event spaces to innovative technologies resources to inspiring food. Navigating back to the new normal, Conrad Manila is ready to offer more than 2,400 square meters of flexible function space, 2 pillar-less ballrooms, and meeting rooms for any occasion. Then and now, Conrad Manila's F&B dining areas have remained the premium market's restaurants of choice, offering innovative and savory menus for every season, every milestone. Conrad Manila is committed to protecting our communities and our planet with travel with purpose, Hilton's environmental, social, and governance strategy to drive responsible travel and tourism. In 5 years of operation, Conrad Manila has earned more than 70 industry awards and recognition, including the LEED Gold certification from the U.S. Green Building Council, Department of Tourism's ASEAN Green Luxury Hotel and ASEAN Green Mice Hotel. Condé Nast Traveler's Reader's Choice Awards as one of the best hotels in the world, and just recently, top 10 in sustainable travel bucket list of the best eco-conscious Hiltons around the world. At Conrad Manila, our brand promise is never just stay inspired.
alanganan, alam ng puso sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manluluti, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong buhaw. May dalagang tula at awit sa paglayang minahal, ang isap ng wataw at lu'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Iba ng araw ng walhating pusunta, buhay langit sa piling ko. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin na pumatay ng tanin sa'yo.
Good morning. I am Dante Ang, the President and CEO of the Manila Times. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Energy. Attorney Monalisa Dimalanta of the National Renewable Energy Board. Illac Diaz, founder of the Litter of Light and My Shelter Foundation. Naderev Saño, Executive Director of Greenpeace Southeast Asia. Leandro Leviste, President of Solar Philippines. Emmanuel Rubio, President and CEO of Aboitiz Power Corporation. Charlie Ayco, President of WeGen, Mr. Zheng of LONGi Solar, my co-host Ben Kritz and other colleagues in Manila Times. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you noticed, we have a long list of speakers today, and so I will be brief. First of all, welcome to the Manila Times Business Forum on Renewable Energy. This topic, it seems, could not have been scheduled at a better time. Only recently, residents in the Metro Manila region and adjacent provinces were experiencing rotating power interruptions that were the result of a thin power reserve. Perhaps some of our speakers today will update us on whether we are, as they say, out of the woods. Of course, frequent power interruptions are a constant occurrence in many places across the country, and not just in the summer months, which just concluded. With this, one could say that brownouts, as we refer to these inconveniences in the Philippines, are not only a seasonal problem, but a perennial one. Most likely, we are all here today to talk about this and related issues. We want to hear about the policies and programs that address the country's growing energy requirements. And because of climate change, most of us want our energy mix to include clean and sustainable sources. As usual, the Manila Times wants to delve deeper into these issues. Going green is not without its own concerns. For instance, we hope to hear about how renewables can address the baseload problem. Industries and households, of course, need a constant power supply, not just when the sun is shining, or when the wind is blowing. Also, some have raised concerns about the carbon footprint and environmental impact of renewables. Again, as an example, the controversial Kaliwa Dam is designed to supply potable water and clean energy to Metro Manila residents, but its critics charge that building it will require flooding a certain portion of the Sierra Madre, home to the indigenous people, the Dumagats, and habitat for a number of species, including the Philippine eagle. And lastly, pursuing clean energy should not mean shifting the burden from one problem to another. For instance, the Manila Times has praised the inclusion of nuclear power in the country's energy mix, but people have raised legitimate concerns about the disposal of nuclear waste. In another example, we should not blindly embrace battery technologies that should store power supply without taking into account how they are disposed and the minerals that have to be mined to manufacture them. As one of our columnists pointed out, perhaps policymakers should also be thinking about how to influence our insatiable consumption, of course. His point is that we should not substitute one race to perdition with another, and I'm merely paraphrasing here. Indeed, these are provocative ideas, and we hope to tackle at least some parts of them today. Before we move on with the program, please allow me to thank our co-presenters, Aboitiz Power Corporation, LONGi Solar, SunSmart, WeGen, and thank you also to our special partner, Conrad Hotel, who provided our hot lunch boxes today. Our appreciation also goes to our organizational partners, the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, French Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines, Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, Financial Executive Institute of the Philippines, Management Association of the Philippines, and of course our media partner, the Manila Times TV. In conclusion, I want to thank all those watching this event live and at a later time on our website and social media platforms, including the Manila Times channel on the live mobile app. Those who want to cut through to the messages can, of course, rely on our usual reporting that will be published tomorrow, both in print and in our digital edition. The Manila Times digital edition is not only a replica of the paper version, it is a premium edition that carries content not available on our other platforms. The digital edition is also the fastest and most convenient way to read the Manila Times, which, as you know, has been serving the Filipino people since October 11, 1898. I invite you all to register for the digital edition, and the first 30 days is free. Thank you once again, and I look forward to an exciting and productive morning for us all. Now let us begin. Our first speaker is Senator Gatchalian. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce a public servant whose impeccable work and ethic and tireless dedication to serve the country made him one of the most hardworking lawmakers in the Philippines. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Energy and Committee on Economic Affairs during the 17th Congress, he steered both committees with a goal in mind: to protect and empower the Filipino consumers and support small and medium businesses to generate jobs. He strove toward the passage of several key measures aimed at fostering competitive, investor-friendly, and red tape-free environment in the energy sector and in the Philippine economy. His goal is to spark an economic renaissance in the entire country by crafting measures that would promote robust competition, encourage investments, and conduct business in the Philippines easier. He has successfully steered the passage of pro-consumer legislations that have been signed into law. Among the laws he has authored are the Mulang Kuryente Act, Electric Cooperatives Emergency and Resiliency Fund Act, Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop Act, Energy Efficient and Conservation Act, Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act, Philippine Innovation Act, Community-Based Monitoring Systems Act, Islamic Banking Act, and the Mobile Number Portability Act, wherein consumers now have the freedom to change their mobile numbers without the need to change mobile service providers or subscription plans. Currently, his bills under the Energy Committee, the extension of lifeline rate subsidy in electricity bill for low-income households, and the LPG Act, which aims to remove unsafe tanks from circulation, are now close to becoming laws. Indeed, his commitment to genuine public service continues to drive him in pursuing his promising vision of a better Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Klink. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Again, let me greet Dante Klink Ang, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Manila Times. Let me also greet Ms. Blanca Mercado. Let me also greet our fellow speakers for today, Attorney Dimalanta. Let me also greet Manny Rubio, President and CEO of Aboitiz Corporation. Let me also greet one of the pioneers of RE, especially solar in our country, President of Solar Philippines, President Leviste. And also, let me greet the other fellow speakers for today, and of course, the rest of the people who are watching our very important event for today. Let me just share my slides to all of you. Just pull up my slides. Well, as we all know, the energy sector is one of the most dynamic sectors that you can imagine. In fact, a lot of changes happen virtually every day and every second. Changes from the use of technology, from innovation, even legal and financial innovations in energy. A lot of these are happening every second and every day in the realm of energy. And identify 5 global trends that will basically tell us where the world is heading and how the Philippines can keep up with these trends. So let me just share with you my slides on 5 global trends. Number 1 is the transition of big oil to big energy. And as we have seen in the past few months, a lot of the big oil companies such as BP, Shell, ExxonMobil have been transitioning from big oil, focusing on oil and gas, to big energy. And this transition actually hastened during the pandemic. And we've seen a lot of their investment going to renewable energy, particularly solar and wind. So just focus on the yellow and blue bars. And this slide came from BNEF, from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. And you can see that a lot of the big oil companies are slowly transitioning into renewable energy, or a much more sustainable form of energy. The second trend is the victory of President Joe Biden. And this signals the determination of the United States in pushing for climate change. And the victory of President Joe Biden re-entered the U.S. Into the COP21, or the Paris Agreement to lower down greenhouse gas emissions. And another personality, a major personality that he appointed as the climate envoy, is no other than Senator John Kerry. Senator John Kerry is not an ordinary personality or politician in the U.S. He's a very influential politician, and his appointment signals to the whole world that the U.S. is very serious in lowering down greenhouse gas emission and pushing for climate change reform. Another trend happening globally are banks stopping financing on coal projects. And these are some of the major banks that have stopped financing on coal-fired power plants. And we've seen major brands already declaring the suspension, or not suspension, of major banks declaring stoppage of financing to coal-fired power plants. And a lot of these banks are also located here in Southeast Asia. So meaning from Europe, this policy is now cascading to Asia. And we've also seen a lot of countries declaring their net zero targets, whether it's legislated, whether it's pronounced, or in serious discussion, but more and more countries are now declaring their net zero targets. Most of them declared 2050 as their net zero target year. And this actually signals that the whole world, especially developed nations, are looking into reducing greenhouse gas emissions and using sustainable form of energy to achieve net zero. So you've seen Japan, you've seen Korea, South Korea, Spain, the European Union, all declaring their net zero targets and declaring 2050 as their year of reaching net zero. So it's quite consistent across the world. And again, this is a signal that the whole world, especially developed nations, are looking into cleaner forms of energy to sustain their growth. And because of that, we've seen over the past few years, since 2004, more and more investments are going into energy transition. Again, I got this slide from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Most of my slides actually come from them because we subscribe to their service. And more and more investments are being poured into technologies that geared towards energy transition. So you can see that almost $4.5 trillion have been poured into energy transition. And even here in the Philippines, even here in our own backyard, green bonds have increased dramatically in 2019. This is pre-pandemic level. So approximately $1.4 billion just in 2019 have been poured to green bonds. And green bonds are used to finance sustainable forms of energy. And lastly, and this is the most important, and I think Lian and Manny can discuss this more appropriately in detail, but basically the prices of solar and wind have been going down over the past few years. I know this slide is a little messy, there's a lot of lines here, but just look at the right side, the red box. So the light blue is solar PV, and the dark blue is the cost of coal. And we can see in 2020, that solar PVs have gone down in pricing. That's 2.4 pesos per kilowatt hour versus 3 pesos per kilowatt hour of coal. So it has gone down tremendously, and you can see the red bar. The red bar is quite interesting, no? Because this is batteries. And Clint mentioned earlier there are some concerns about battery disposal, but nevertheless, prices of battery, especially utility scale batteries, going down dramatically over the past few years. And this is a game changer in terms of balancing VREs in the grid. And another slide from Bloomberg just shows parity. And again, it's quite messy, a lot of lines, but the most important is the red bar, or the red dotted line. That's parity between solar and coal. Basically, what it says that year 2021, around thereabouts, solar is now at parity with coal, and the green dotted line is wind. So basically, it's saying that around 2024, 2025, onshore wind will be at parity with coal. So in terms of solar utility scale, it's already at parity at this time. So, and then if you see the band, this slide basically shows that PV, which is the light blue, the band is wider, but if you have enough scale, it's actually cheaper in terms of per kilowatt hour compared to coal. But if you look at wind, onshore, and solar, just look at these two new technologies. They're actually cheaper than the mainstream or traditional renewable energy technologies. So even though these technologies are newer in terms of cost, because of their exponential reduction in cost, they're actually cheaper compared to legacy RE technologies as of this time. And at the lower band, they're actually cheaper also compared to coal and even gas technologies, natural gas technologies. So that's the fifth trend. Basically, what it's saying is VREs of solar and wind is now quite competitive compared to coal. And this is actually a blessing to us because the Philippines is gifted with abundant potential for renewable energy. So there are about 31,000 megawatts of potential for renewable energy here in our Philippines. If you look at solar alone, that's close to 1/3 of the potential renewable energy capacity in our country. And this 31,000 megawatts, if harnessed, is good for the next 15 years, actually. So the country is blessed with natural resources, and it's all in our hands on how to recover these natural resources in a sustainable manner. So what have the legislature done so far? So we have enacted very important pieces of legislation in the past. Number one is the Renewable Energy Act. This is a very important piece of legislation. It's very robust, one of the most robust laws in renewable energy in Southeast Asia. We also enacted the Philippine Green Jobs, the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop that will cut red tape. We recently enacted the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, and the Department of Energy is now in the process of rolling out all the important provisions to adopt Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act as part of our Philippine Energy Plan. In the pipeline, we just approved the Electric Vehicles and Charging Station Act in the Senate. We're just waiting for the House counterpart. We're in the midst of debating the Microgrid Systems Act, and this bill is meant to address underserved and unserved areas in different parts of the country. Again, Leon is the best person to talk about this because I can probably talk about it in theory, but Leon can talk about it in flesh because he's been doing all of these projects with high success in the country. We're also in the midst of debating the midstream natural gas industry as a transition fuel. Manny can talk about this later on. I know Aboitiz is looking at this type of technology as part of their portfolio. And lastly, we're also going to file the Retail Competition and Open Access Bill to clear out all the legal entanglements and to reach retail competition at the household level. So these are the bills that were passed and bills that are in the period of debate, and hopefully we can pass it within the year. So with all the trends going globally, with all the laws enacted, with all the future laws that will be enacted, one might think that RE should be growing at a faster pace and should be eating up a bigger share in our energy mix. Unfortunately, it's not. No? If you look at RE Act if you look at the energy mix pre-RE Act, it stands at 33.5%. But after the RE Act, renewable energy actually reduced in terms of share in the energy mix to 26%. And if you can see over the past few years, we've divided the graph into pre-RE Act and post-RE Act. You can see that during the pre-RE Act, RE actually grew at a faster pace at 3.4%, but after it grew at a slower pace at 0.8%. So what happened? You know? One might think that with all of these things happening outside of the Philippines, slowly creeping in our shores, and then we have the laws, how come RE in the share of our energy mix, actually the share of our generation mix has been slowly being reduced? So there are a lot of challenges. In fact, there are a lot of practical challenges on the ground. And of course, in a perfect world, we would push for RE as fast as possible, especially wind and solar. In a perfect world, it's easy to say that let's adopt it as quick as possible. But there are a lot of practical challenges being faced by developers, such as Aboitiz, Solar Philippines, and the others. And I will go through this fairly quickly because a lot of it can be explained properly by the other speakers. Number one is the food, energy, and water nexus, or some people call it energy versus food security issue. When you build solar power plants, you need a lot of land. And when you need a lot of land, you'll take out land from food production. So this is another issue that has been plaguing the development of RE. Another one is energy and the environment. If you look at the potential wind areas in our country, a lot of it are located in NIPAS areas, the protected areas. And to bring the wind turbines to those areas, you have to cut a lot of trees, you have to pave the way to bring the energy turbines. And a lot of those areas are in the protected areas. So this is another issue that we have to contend with. The other one is energy and protected lands. And Clint mentioned this earlier, that another one of the potential areas that the country can explore is the use of hydro energy. Again, Aboitiz is very big in this. And unfortunately, a lot of these hydropower plants or the potential areas are in protected areas or protected lands, protected for indigenous peoples. And we have one of the most stringent laws when it comes to protecting the rights of our indigenous peoples and protecting protected land. So typically, to harness hydropower in protected land will take years just to get the permits. I remember talking to a potential developer from the UK. It took him almost 12 years just to get his permits to develop hydro energy because the potential area is located in a protected land. So just to get the permits and exemptions to build hydropower plant in that protected area took him almost 12 years. Of course, because of all of this balancing act that the government is doing between energy and the environment, energy and protected land, energy and food, land conversion is a very complicated process. And again, the developers know this. Our land conversion laws and process are geared towards protecting the environment, protecting the protected land, and protecting food. So in order to use land to generate energy, you have to pass through many forms of approvals, no? From local government, all the way from the barangay to the local government to the national. And because of that, red tape is an issue. We passed the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop to automate all of these processes, but to go through one approval to the next approval located in another office will take you a lot of time and even emotion. So red tape remains to be an issue when it comes to developing RE. Then the weak synergy between energy and the climate policy. Energy is just 20% of the total GHG emission, no? If you look at the portfolio of GHG emission. And, but a lot of attention is being given to energy, not on the other aspects. So we need to synergize that, no? Because energy is just a small part of the total GHG emissions. And we need to also look at the other parts because the other parts are related also to energy. And lastly, synergy between resource availability and transmission. And this is a problem that came out during one of our hearings on the brownouts. There are a lot of resources available scattered all over the countries, but how do you bring them to the load centers or to Metro Manila because there are no transmission lines? So again, the synergy between the resources and the transmission lines being built is quite weak. So how to move forward? And of course, there are a lot of challenges, but we need to find solutions in order to overcome those challenges. One of the proposals that we have in mind that RE should be approached through a whole of government approach. RE should be viewed at a macro national level because in order to promote RE, we have to also relax some of the regulatory barriers that hamper the promotion of RE. For example, land conversion is number one. The land conversion policies of the country is geared towards protecting the environment, food, and protected land. But in order to promote RE, we need to streamline that. We need to also relax that because without relaxing that, it's very difficult for RE developers to overcome the tremendous amount of red tape surrounding land conversion. So we need to balance this too, but we need to look at it at the top level. So whole of government approach is important in the promotion of RE. Another one is alignment within the Philippine Energy Plan and the nationally determined contribution. Again, I mentioned that earlier that energy is just a small part of the GHG emissions. So we need to look at the NDC as a whole, no? Because a lot of the parts in the GHG emission are actually interrelated, and PEP is also affected by the other parts in the NDC. Another way forward is to continue to reduce red tape by implementing the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop and the ease of doing business law. The red tape is still the biggest barrier in terms of producing additional supply of electricity in our country. Red tape is still the biggest barrier for investors, and we need to continue to push that, to push these two laws to eliminate red tape. Another one is to implement the RE Act. There are a lot of provisions in the RE Act that are not yet being implemented. For example, the incentives prescribed under the law. There are a lot of issues between the BIR, the DOF, and also the developers. And the committee has been quite active in mediating between the BIR, the DOF, and the developers in terms of giving what's due to the RE developers. For example, the zero-rated VAT that are meant to lower down the cost of RE developers. And lastly, implementation of, not lastly, but there's a very important project sponsored by USAID And this is the implementation of the competitive renewable energy zones, or the CREZ. And the CREZ basically will identify which are the areas, potential areas that we can harness in terms of renewable energy. And this map basically will dictate where the transmission lines will be built. We haven't done this in the past. That's why we have problems in Negros, wherein a lot of solar power plants have been built there, but you cannot transmit to Luzon because of the low capacity of the transmission lines. With CREZ now, it will identify all the potential areas, and the transmission developer will build all the transmission lines to harness those potential areas. And lastly, we will not stop to conduct our legislative oversight to push for more push to implement the potential of renewable energy in our country. We're pushing for the full implementation of RE Act. We're also looking at reforms on how to harness the potential areas. And most importantly, we will hold the agencies into account in terms of implementation and in terms of compliance. So we will do our part in terms of making sure that RE is continuously being pushed, and we will do our part in terms of acknowledging the global trends happening, and making sure that our country is very well ready in terms of catching those global trends. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much to Manila Times for organizing this event.
Thank you, Senator Nguyen. Truly, you're one of our bright boys in the Senate. You know, we look forward to a long career by you. I'd like to open the floor now to question and answer, and here I'd like to bring in my colleague Ben Kritz, my fellow editorial writer. Ben, since I had a role earlier, why don't you ask the first question?
Okay. Well, first of all, before I do, I should like to thank the Conrad Hotel for this lovely lunch pack that they sent over. Senator Gatchalian, good morning. A couple of things.
Hold on, Ben. Senator Nguyen, is there anything we can do about your camera? We can't see you. I don't know if you're. There you are. There you are. Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Good morning. Hi. A couple of things that you said in your presentation jumped out at me. The biggest thing to me, I'm interested in your views of exactly how. Can you give us some examples of policies or strategy to align the Philippine energy plan with the nationally determined contributions? Since I think you made a good point. I think you made a point that maybe a lot of people didn't know about, that energy is not quite as big a contributor as we're led to believe. But what do we do about that? You said we had to synergize those two things. Give us some examples of how we do that.
Very good questions. A very good question, Ben. One of the most concrete examples will be the use of electric vehicles. Transportation is a big part of the NDC, and it's a big generator of greenhouse gas emissions. And we're still in the process of enacting our first EV and Charging Station Act. But we already funded a preliminary study on how to roll out electric vehicles in the country. We funded that study in the budget of the Department of Energy. So the Department of Energy is now slowly rolling out their strategy on the rollout of EVs. But then again, that strategy is not incorporated in the NDC. And considering that transportation, vehicles, marine and airlines are very big contributors of GHG emissions. So just to put very specific example, the NDC should incorporate now new laws and new policies that the DOE and also the Senate has been doing in order to lower down GHG emissions and incorporate that in their NDC.
Okay. Well, I have one follow up to that. Why is how did that get overlooked? Control of vehicle emissions as part of the that's an easy way to meet the unconditional portion of the NDC. Who dropped the ball on that? Because that should have been in there in the 5 years ago in the first place.
Yeah, very good observation. Then, in fact, we've been flagging the CCC, Climate Change Commission, on that because another key legislation, I didn't put it in the slide, but this is a very important legislation, is the creation of the Climate Change Commission, because we have one commission that's in charge of achieving our climate change goals as well as reducing our GHG. But we also found out that the Climate Change Commission is working to a larger extent independently of all the components that we need to reduce GHG. A case in point will be energy and electric vehicles, which form part of energy right now. So they need to work very closely because the planners or the strategists, which is the CCC, is different from the implementers, which are the agencies, in this case, the DOE. So they need to work very closely because the implementers and the planners or the strategies are separate entities. And these are the gaps that we saw in terms of fulfilling our NDC and our commitment to the COP21.
Okay, all right, that's good. And I have one other question for you that's on a different track. But you earlier on you brought up the ARCOA, the retail competition and open access, and it caught my attention because I was just having this conversation earlier this morning. Why has that been so slow in the uptake, and what can you do in your position to help speed that up?
What's missing in IPIRA are the details of implementation of ARCOA. And in the past, ARCOA has been challenged many times legally. In fact, it went to the Supreme Court, and it's still pending in the Supreme Court right now on how to implement it. So what the DOE, the new administration in the DOE and also the ERC, is to veer away from the controversial issues of ARCOA. For example, one of the controversial there is if you are a contestable customer and you want to choose your supplier and you cannot find a supplier, your existing utility cannot supply you anymore. And that was actually a controversy because what the existing utility is saying is allow us to supply our existing customers. So this became an issue, whether the existing utility can supply their existing customers or not. And it went to the Supreme Court. So what we propose is to file a law that will detail all the necessary components to implement a successful ARCOA all the way down to the household level, so that there is no room for interpretation by the DOE and also the ERC.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Clink, do you want to?
Yeah, I have questions of my own, but I think I should give way to some of the questions that we've been receiving from some of our audience. Senator, if you don't mind, one is from June Braga, who wants to ask something about the DOE, and I think he wants to he has some issues with the DOE being counterintuitive or going against the grain. I think as he asked this question, and he wants to know what is the reason behind the shrinking renewable energy mix in the total? You mentioned earlier in your presentation it's down to 3%. I wonder if that has to do with the other sources growing faster and diluting the renewable energy component.
Yeah. But I think the pie has increased, no? Meaning the capacity and also generation output has increased. But the share of RE has shrunk from 33% to 25%, as I showed it earlier. And I thought that with the RE law and those other RE related laws will increase the share of RE. But all around, there are a lot of problems that developers face. No, number one is mentioned before, land conversion is a very, very big issue. And because of land conversion, if you don't have land, you cannot put solar panels. So the first step is to acquire land, and to convert that land takes a long, long process. And if you look at why it's taking a lot of time to convert land, primarily because of various laws that protect food security, that protect our environment, and even, like I mentioned before, protected land. So our land conversion laws is so stringent because it's geared towards protecting other aspects of the use of land.
Senator, another question here from Zenny Iglesias. She wants to thank you for your advocacy. She says, you mentioned red tape as a major concern in the Philippines, real pursuit of sustainability. How do legislators address this?
Actually, the Congress and the Senate have enacted 3 laws already. The Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop, the Ease of Doing Business law, and then most recently, it empowered the president to reduce red tape in times of pandemic. But we didn't qualify what red tape can be. Business-related red tape, can be vaccine-related red tape. But definitely, the president can now cut a lot of the processes. So the laws are there, in fact, but we need to really study from a macro point of view. That's why I'm saying it has to be a macro lens looking at RE, because when you relax, for example, land conversion, definitely abuses can happen. And if those abuses happen, then you're sacrificing different facets of our society. So we have to balance it in a way that you relax some of the regulation here, but you also promote RE on one end.
I don't envy your task, Senator. People have been talking, for instance, about national land use. And then, it's been, I think, more than 2 decades. And what you're suggesting is, I think, equally difficult. But can we end, Senator, with, that latest issue with the power interruptions? I think you made a statement before that you want the recent power interruptions investigated. And of course, adding to the whole complexity of things is the political equation right now with Senator Pacquiao and of course, positioning himself for the next elections. I don't know what can you report to us? I know it's all the politics side is very entertaining, but at the end of the day, I think we have a serious problem to address.
Just to answer about land use, you're absolutely correct. That land use is very controversial. It's complex. It's controversial.
Yes.
Highly political, and land use and land conversion are interrelated. So it's one aspect that we need to look at and study, because from my discussion with many investors, whether you're in power and RE or others, land conversion is very, very complex in our country. And we all know if it's complex, corruption also comes with it.
Absolutely.
But that's for another discussion. In terms of power outages, we conducted 2 hearings on that. And just to give you summary, the output of that hearing is, number one, NGCP will now contract reserves because, just to make it simple, we don't have reserves as mandated by the Philippine Grid Code. And reserves are important because it's a way to balance the grid in cases where power plants go on an outage or lines go busted. So we have reserves that can kick in immediately. The other one, we also found out that red tape is still a problem. So As the country grows, as our economy grows, we need to make sure that power plants come in on time. And we found out in our hearing that a lot of the investments that were promised are coming in late. Not because they don't have the funds, but because the process is delaying them from coming in online.
Right. Well, Senator, we have a ton of questions to ask still, but I think I think the country would be better off leaving you to your work at the Senate. But before we let you go, may we just ask you for maybe a final message or some final thoughts about renewable energy?
Well, Clint, thank you very much for inviting me to this event, and it's good to have conversations like this on RE on a regular basis, so that we will bring out the challenges and also the solutions to it. So thank you very much for organizing this. And I saw the panel of speakers. So we have very good speakers. Leon is an expert on solar. Manny is an expert on energy and power, and they're looking at other kinds of technology. Mona is here. Tony Mona she was the president of NREB, the National Renewable Energy Board. So she has a model that she might be sharing later on. And that model is quite exciting because they paved the way on how to increase the share of RE in the next few decades.
Senator, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. And if you don't mind, perhaps we can reach out to you again, maybe for a one-on-one, a longer discussion on some of the topics that are covered today and other important ones. I know you've been pursuing also some things on telecommunications and registering SIM cards and whatnot. There's so many things we can talk about. We'll reach out if you don't mind.
Thank you, Clint. Definitely help me. I'll be more than happy to have that conversation with you.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Ben?
Okay, our next speaker is attorney Monalisa Dimalanta, who is the former chair of the National Renewable Energy Board, which is quite an important body these days. So could we please welcome attorney Dimalanta?
Thank you, Ben. Let me just share my screen. So Senator Gatchalian, it's good to see you again, sir. Good morning. And to Manila Times, thank you for this invitation. Thank you for thinking about this topic for this event. I know there must be a lot more banner-worthy topics to choose from, but I think it's always good, as the Senator had said, to have a continuing conversation about renewable energy, because these are things that if we don't keep our eye on the ball, we'll be surprised by what Senator had shared with us earlier. 10 years down the road, we are left with a minuscule share of RE in our system. So it's good to always have a continuing conversation. So maybe shifting gears a bit from the legislative perspective that was shared by Senator Gatchalian, let's move on to some policy perspective. I think it was shared also earlier. I am no longer the chair of the National Renewable Energy Board, but I was appointed back in 2019. And when I assumed office, the first thing that we did, well, among the many things that we did, but the first thing that we did is to sit down and review. Where are we in this RE agenda? As the Senator had shared earlier, the RE Act was passed in 2008. So it was quite timely. 10 years worth of activities, 10 years worth of efforts from all sectors. Where have we landed? So, but I think what is unique, that if I can share with the group here, what is a unique perspective that we took. It's not just just to go not just 10 years back, but all the way to the start of our RE history in the Philippines. And that did not happen just because the RE Act was passed. What's unique to the Philippines, and I think compared to our neighbors, what's unique to the Philippines is that our story, our energy story, really began with renewables. In the 1930s, that was when our story started. So this is just a snapshot of that timeline. It started in the 1930s with hydro as the main mandate of the National Power Corporation. It was expanded in the 1970s to develop also geothermal. it was further expanded in late 1970s to include and invite private sector to engage in geothermal development. So you can see that with many decades of exploration of renewables, we had quite a healthy portfolio of renewables already when the sector was privatized in 2001 with EPIRA. And that was when, a few years after EPIRA, that was when the Renewable Energy Act was introduced. So very quick, because I know we're quite mindful of time, but what has happened since 2008? Let's continue on with that timeline with something that's closer to our present day. So 2008, the law was passed. It took a while, and maybe this explains what the earlier questions earlier. What happened? Why was the share of RE, instead of increasing from the time the RE Act was passed, why did it decline? And maybe one reason, the senator had pointed out a lot also already in terms of the challenges of the developers. But I think from the policy perspective, one reason was the delay in the implementation of the programs. The law was passed in December 2008. It was not until 2012 that the banner program of the RE Act, the heart of it, which is the feed-in tariff program, it wasn't until 4 years after that the feed-in tariff program was implemented. Shortly, and this is really, I think, the demonstration of how key policy is in terms of driving renewables. As soon as the FIT program was passed, the targets for capacity for solar and wind were immediately not just met, but oversubscribed, such that the Department of Energy decided to increase and accommodate the projects that were coming along. To lead us to today, that all subscription targets for solar, wind, and biomass have already been met, and we only have around 100 megawatts of run-of-river hydro remaining for subscription under the FIT program. So the FIT was delayed. Then the other program, the net metering program, was also delayed in terms of implementing the regulations that would govern. Not only was the program delayed, there is a slow, very, very slow uptake. You can see on the screen, as of December 2020, we only had less than 4,000 registered participants in net metering program. Just to give some perspective, Meralco, which is the largest private utility in the Philippines, has around 6.5 million customers in its franchise area. Of course, not all customers would be qualified, nor would all customers would want to be in the net metering program. But just as a perspective, 6.5 million customers and only less than 4,000 in a national scale has been registered in the net metering program. So very slow uptake on net metering. The RPS and the RE market, they are component programs. The RPS is the Renewable Portfolio Standards. It's a program that's what we call a mandatory program. It requires a certain percentage of supply among distribution utilities and electric cooperatives to be sourced from RE. So this is like a market creation mechanism under the law. December 2008, the law was passed. Last year, up to this year, we're just on the first year of implementation of the RPS program. And that's just on the grid, on the connected parts of the country. In the off-grid area, the department circular or the implementing rule is in place, but because of some challenges, the program is suspended in the off-grid areas. And I'll talk about that more later, the challenges in the off-grid area. So again, perspective on delay. Also, on a personal basis, this is really my favorite among the programs, if there is such a thing among energy geeks. If there is a favorite among the programs in the RE Act, this is my favorite, the green energy option. Why? Because it's voluntary. It allows consumers and users to exercise, it's like ARCOA, their power of choice, but this one, to choose RE, to choose green. So the program it's just on its first year of implementation as well, like RPS. The DOE had already licensed 10 suppliers. These are RE suppliers who can sell directly to customers, so that the customers can tell their utilities, if they are connected to utilities, that please, you are not going to supply me. I'm going to be supplied by this RE supplier under the GEO program. At the NREB, before my term ended, we partnered with ECCP as well to have our Philippine version of, globally there's this RE100. It's a global movement where large corporations can exercise their choice to be supplied 100% by RE. We don't have a Philippine, they are not yet in the Philippines, and I know there are quite stringent requirements to be part of that global initiative, but we launched what we call REPH 100. And it's really an aggressive customer preparedness program, and having champions, the big companies as champions of RE supply under the GEOP, under the Green Energy Option Program, under the RE Act. So this is where we are in terms of policies and RE implementation. This one, maybe the senator had shared earlier, although my numbers are a bit different because I'm talking about generation here, so the megawatt hours equivalent. So as the senator had already showed earlier, the decline in the share of RE is, it's recorded. We cannot dispute it. But maybe another layer or dimension to this story is that as our share of RE declines, our level of self-sufficiency in terms of energy likewise declines. And to me, this is the more serious part, the impact on energy security. So from, I would think, a healthy 67% self-sufficiency level in 2008 when the law was passed, we're down to, this is 2019, we're down to 46% sufficiency level. So that's quite alarming because RE, when we pursued RE, when the EPIRA was passed, actually, to also have a policy of exploring indigenous resources, it wasn't particularly or singularly to promote energy, to promote environmental sustainability. It was, in fact, to promote energy security. Why? Because coal is not indigenous to us. The coal that's supplied to the power plants that we have are mostly imported. I think our coal or fossil fuel importation is around 90%. So the more we have fossil fuel base, unless we have Malampaya, and until the time that we have Malampaya, we can rely on it. That will not be able to bump up our level of energy self-sufficiency. Another challenge is on energy affordability. So the senator had said we cannot divorce this discussion from confronting what is really upon us, which is the challenge of energy affordability. The senator had shared earlier the slides from BNEF about LCOE, and when we reviewed where we are in the National Renewable Energy Board, we took it upon ourselves to really take out the blinders. Let's talk about energy affordability as well. Let's confront the challenge. The main challenge then there are, I think, two challenges to RE, which is affordability and the intermittency. So let's confront those challenges. And maybe we are more courageous now because we know that the cost of RE has, or at least solar and wind, have gone down significantly. So these are the average generation charges as of 2019. And it's not just maybe what I can invite you to focus on. It's not just the numbers, but the divergence or the disparity of the numbers. There are utilities, and these are just generation. So there are other charges, of course, that go to our bill, but this is just a generation charges. There are some utilities that have a generation charge of 7.4, as high as 7.4, while there are those that pass on to their customers just about 3 pesos and 70 centavos. So I think of course, the numbers matter, what the final numbers are, but the disparity also matters. Why? Because while the WESM is there to give us price signals, what gets passed on to customers are not necessarily the WESM prices. What gets passed on to customers are primarily, at least for most utilities, what they have contracted for. And this is where I think, a bit of divergence. And this is where CSP is important. The competitive challenge for procuring supply is important, because at the end of the day, that is what gets passed on to customers. So when we were reviewing this as part of NREB, we also looked at the first National Renewable Energy Plan, first National Renewable Energy Program, which was passed in 2010. So again, perfect timing. I guess it was fated that that we will be there to at this point in history. We said, let's review. There were very aggressive targets set in 2010, triple the capacity by 2030. Good point to review. We were midway in that planning horizon, 2019, 2020, when we first reviewed this. So triple. Were we able to achieve this? Clearly not, because as you have seen in the table earlier, we didn't get to that point. But what's important with that plan, aside from those numbers that were targets, is that it became the basis for the RPS rules that was issued by the DOE in 2017. And in the RPS rules, it was clearly stated that the country's aspirational target is to get to 35% RE in the generation mix by 2030. Take note that 35% RE in the generation mix just takes us back to what we were pre-RE Act. If you recall the numbers earlier, RE was 34% pre-RE Act. So the goal of the RPS program is to just get us back on track. So you would think that that would be easy, right? But we'll discuss more of that later. And it sets the minimum RPS percentage. So what is the minimum that the utilities need to purchase in terms of RE supply? It's set at 1% minimum, giving, that's the second box in your screen, giving the authority to the NREB to recommend adjustments to this percentage in order to meet that aspirational target of 35%. So these were what we were armed with when we were reviewing the NREP. And then we set down to business. We set our goals. We set our parameters. We said, one, we need to align with the DOE Energy and Power Development Planning. The first NREP was established clear targets for RE, but it was not, I think, because it was the first of its kind at that time. It was not really integrated into the power development planning. It was not reckoned, or it was not pegged on demand. So it's going to be very hard, as we have seen. This is a lesson learned, as we have seen over the last 10 years. If it's not pegged on demand, the targets are not pegged to demand, it will be very hard to get bumped off the table or for the targets not to be achieved, because it's sort of floating. It's floating out there. It's not pegged to reality. So we said we need to align with the DOE Power Development Planning. Of course, the wish there is to have RE as the central or the core of that power supply, but it's okay if it's not, as long as we get aligned. Second, we know 10 years into this journey that aspirational may not be sufficient. We need to move from aspirational to imperative. So what we did, we have, and the Senator mentioned this earlier, we used a capacity planning software that would give us a model that would have all the assumptions, and where we would put as a hard constraint 35% of RE in the supply mix by 2030. So it was a goal-seek method. So we set the target, and then in very plain speak, and we told the software, take us to 35% RE. What will it look like? How will we get there in terms of the inputs that we put, the assumptions that we put on cost, on demand, on supply, and all other assumptions that need to be in the software. So third, we said we need to be demand responsive. So we use the data from the DOE on demand projections and the LCOE. We agreed, and one blessing from this exercise was that we arrived at what we call the Bible for cost on LCOE. We had a joint cost assumptions book with DOE so that we know we're looking at the same thing, and we're not coming off from DOE's coming off from the right, we're coming off from the left, and then we say, see, we did not match because we were coming from different points. So what we said, let's start off from the same page, and then we can see at what point we diverge, and then we can explain we diverge because we use this assumption. So that's the third point. Fourth is that we said in this exercise we need to be inclusive. All technologies need to be involved, and not just inclusive in terms of technology, also include a plan for off-grid areas, because it's not enough that we have a plan for the on-grid areas, for the connected areas. We need to have a plan for the off-grid as well. It needs to be comprehensive, and you'll see that later. I'll share with you later. And synergistic, as what the senator had said earlier. There are different nexus that need to be appreciated in order for an energy policy to be effective, because it cannot stand on its own. As again, if it's divorced from demand and how demand evolves over the decades, because we're talking about 20 years here, if we are not sensitive to the changes in demand, the plan that we have may be beautiful on paper, but it will not translate. It will not translate and will not aid or guide reality in once it's implemented. So as a result, in November of last year, the NREB submitted to the Department of Energy our proposed National Renewable Energy Program, and in March of this year. Sorry, my timeline is wrong. But the DOE conducted a public consultation on the NREB. The DOE, because it's their mandate also to evaluate our submission, created their own method to vet, and that's actually welcome. We need to have different perspectives to see and to validate the numbers that we propose. They formulated what they call a simple RPS method, also a goal-seek method, but they used the data, of course, from the Philippine Energy Plan, the submissions of the DU that were updated, noting COVID at that time, the effects of COVID at that time, and then made their own calculations. Compared to what the NREB had submitted, are, as I described earlier, are assumptions and then the results of the capacity planning software that we utilized for this exercise. So what were the results? In both scenarios, the DOE vetting scenario, which is the simple RPS method, or the NREB model, which is based on the capacity planning software, both led to the same conclusion. If we keep the RPS at 1% flat over the planning horizon, 20 years, we will not get to the 35% target, RE target by 2030. In fact, the decline will continue over the years. We will only get to that 35% target because we set it in both our goals. If we increase the RPS starting 2023, giving 2 years of learning curve for the implementation of the program, if we increase it in the NREB model by 2.52 by 2023, in the DOE model, in fact, it was even higher. 2.92% RPS starting 2030. Where will that take us in the future that we imagine? In 10 years, or less than 10 years, in 2030, under the DOE model, it gets us to that target of 35%. In the NREB model, it gets us a little bit higher, around 37.3%. By 2030, in both scenarios, we will see RE as the dominant resource in the system, close to around 55 to up to 60% of power in the system will be coming from renewables. What will this require in terms of physical investment? So under the DOE scenario at 2.92% RPS, they calculated around 46.9 terawatt hours of RE generation by 2030 and 192 terawatt hours of generation to meet the 2040 target. Clearly, the committed capacities of RE, meaning those that have been issued RE projects by the DOE, which amounts to around just 900 megawatts, will not be enough to get us there. What the DOE had identified is that we need around 27 gigawatts to meet that target. Do we have that? Do we have that potential? Yes, because as the senator had said, one other study that has been done is the CREST study, the competitive RE zones. And the CREST study identified for wind and solar alone, we're already looking at 34 gigawatts of potential. That's wind and solar alone, not even counting geothermal and hydro and biomass. So I think there is that capacity, there's potential. Under the NREB model, we calculated around 5.8 gigawatts of new RE capacity by 2030, and by 2040, around 22.4 gigawatts. And this is the other dimension that we need to appreciate, because we said we did not, we took out fear from our hearts and just confronted the difficult question of, is it going to be affordable? On LCOE alone, as basis, meaning generation only, it takes us the 2.52 RPS by 2023 will yielded an average national LCOE of 3.18 pesos per kilowatt hour. If you recall the earlier slides, this is lower than the average generation charge for 2020, which is about 5 pesos, or even the lowest utility registered average for 2020, which is around 3.63 pesos per kilowatt hour. But again, I know one challenge to this is that that's just the cost of generation. But what will take those megawatt hours, those kilowatt hours to be delivered? That's the cost of transmission and even reserves, which is another good conversation to have, but maybe not yet for this point. But this is the cost of generation to generation. That's why the comparable numbers or figures that I showed you earlier is on the average generation charges only. So on that basis, we recommended to the DOE a whole slew of programs, of recommendations. So it's quite a lot, but let me just focus on three. There are three pillars that, if I can summarize this to this agenda. There's the mandatory programs, the voluntary programs, and what we call the transition enablers. The mandatory programs, I've talked about RPS and the green energy, the RPS earlier, and to support that is the green energy auction. Why is the green energy auction important? One challenge of utilities in sourcing RE is that conducting CSPs on their own in itself is quite difficult already, regardless of the technology. These are not, and I'm talking about not the privately used, but the electric cooperatives. But if you require them to source just 2.52% of their demand requirements on their own, that's quite burdensome, that's quite tedious. But if you aggregate these requirements and have a centralized, transparent auction system, that can be a game changer, and that can also give more confidence to investors, because they're now participating in a centralized, aggregated system and not contracting for maybe 100 kilowatt hour every year of supply. So when you do volume, so this is utilities of scale of a different kind. So not in the traditional physical kind that we are familiar with, but of a virtual kind, if I may put it that way. So there is already that green energy auction program that the DOE had put together, but I understand that there is some delay to validate the numbers given the impact of COVID. But one other thing, and I mentioned this in reference to the off-grid RPS, the delay in the implementation of off-grid RPS, to my mind, is going to be a useful delay. Why? Because we cannot do what we are doing for the on-grid area to the off-grid area. there cannot be a singular percentage that applies to any and all off-grid areas, regardless of their capacity, regardless of their load size. It has to be fit for purpose. Because the off-grid challenges there are no options. For off-grid areas, they have no option if there's no market, RE market, where they can buy certificates from. They can maybe buy certificate from the on-grid RE market, but what will that really achieve? We are still not promoting RE or indigenous resources in those areas. So this review, I think, taken by the DOE is quite wise. I think we need to, for the off-grid area, we cannot do a one-size-fits-all in the same manner that we're doing it to the connected areas. In terms of the voluntary programs, two elements there, the net metering and the GEOP. I mentioned earlier the slow uptake on net metering. Hopefully, the enhanced net metering rules that were issued by the ERC last year, and I know DOE is also reviewing further the net metering rules, is something that will unlock this area for our customers. And this, I think, these two items, net metering and GEOP, will really be, I think, in the future. And I don't know if I know we're being recorded, so maybe I will be proven wrong later, but I hope not. I hope that this is really where as the rest of the world, where everything's going. Why? Because if consumers have that ability, and if costs are already giving them that power to self-provide, then what needs to be addressed is to have a grid, a system that can allow them to self-provide. That also eases the pressure on the system to always be available, to always be on demand 24, or always be ready 24/7. So it's a demand management program also, and it's not just a self-generation program. So I mentioned already GEOP and its potential to also realize cost savings for customers. Why? Because GEOP, for sourcing RE, there's no VAT. So that immediately is a value that can be realized by customers by sourcing RE. Finally, and we cannot take this as, we cannot move forward without addressing this, are the transition enablers. We need to have a grid that is already fit for this evolving system, this change. We still have very serious challenges on our grid, and maybe some of these features that we had discussed, some of these policies that we had discussed, will also contribute to the solutions that we currently have. The senator talked about the key value of land in developing solar, but there is a solution there is available floating solar solutions that can be made available. There are rooftops that are you can almost hear their voices. Please put a solar panel on me. There are rooftops available. So if we can use those facilities, those areas, to allow us to lessen the pressure on the grid, maybe that's something that's also worth exploring. There are also technologies that enable microgrids or even mini grids and distributed systems that can be explored. Unfortunately, the regulatory framework is not yet there to allow or unlock these technologies so that we can realize their value in our system. The pending microgrid bill that Senator Gatchalian mentioned, I think, will be very critical to this, because if we can demonstrate that the success of microgrids in these unviable areas, what more in viable areas, right? So I think it's good that we can start small, because those success stories, I think, will give more confidence to our regulators to allow for or to revisit the regulatory framework to allow for these technologies. Finally, I think because we are a group of islands, the potential for we haven't seen the end game for RE for us, because it's going to be, as we know, it is very costly to connect. So to imagine a connected Philippines, 7,100 islands or more, may be too costly. But by having RE, which is really, the beauty of it is really that not only it is environmentally friendly, it's indigenous, and it can be in smaller scale applications. So I think there's a better fit. And maybe just to end, this is where we started anyway. Our history started with renewables, and maybe it's worth also honoring those who have developed this industry for us by revisiting where we started from. So that's it. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Thank you, everyone, and we hope that we continue this good conversation. Thank you.
Ben, you're on mute.
Okay, I was just waiting. Are we ready with our next guest? Our next speaker is Mr. Illac Diaz, who's the founder of the Leader of Light and My Shelter Foundation. Mr. Diaz, if we could see what you got to say.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here. As you know, one of the most inspiring movements we've had here is Gawad Kalinga, or using the people as part of the build. No, so although there are commercial developers, to meet the poorest of the poor, we were really inspired by people coming together and being part of that solution. So that is sort of the middle ground between donations and large-scale mini grids, large investments. I think I can have my slide, please. Or do I put on my slide? Sorry, I sent my slide. Could we have my slides, please? Do I put on my slide? Can you
hold on a second, sir?
Okay, I can put it on. My signal is pretty good. Okay. One of the largest challenges really for here in the Philippines is the presence of increasing storms due to climate change. We're talking about, like, in Typhoon Haiyan. In Typhoon Haiyan, we had more than 10,000 lives and 4 million houses destroyed. So how do you rebuild that when importing solar takes about 5 months and about 40% of your fundraising? Usually what happens is you have to put it in a box, in a crate, put it on a ship, and then put it back through customs, and then it gets to the people, a truck. And so all of this eats up a lot into the funds. Next one, please. What we got to do is, of course, like Gawad Kalinga, where we involved community to become emergency, helping us with this emergency lighting system, where we've trained 25,000 corporate volunteers, students, even, people that just come in to want to learn. So they want to donate more than food. They want to donate more than used clothes, because lighting is the next biggest problem. Thousands of tents having to subsidize on kerosene lamps In fact, in villages now, there are 13,000 kerosene lamps emitting about 200 kilos a year of carbon emissions. So although we talk about the large-scale polluters, we don't talk about the cumulative use that are these villages. So 35% of their income is to buy kerosene. So we're now trying to shift over by teaching corporates to build solar lights, but also giving this to women cooperatives to move away from kerosene and start renting solar lights. So most of these lights, the parts are easily available and replicable. So we use motorcycle LEDs, we use vape batteries, we use stuff that they can get in their nearest city. Change light. Change light, Ma'am Chelo. Okay, so if you can press play. So building solar lights, mobile chargers, and street lights is actually something that can be done. Our main concept is if we cannot build it in the country and we cannot create small businesses that can build mobile chargers, street lights, we're always going to have to be dependent on imported. So how does the imported function with with this patent, and also, of course, that it has to be manufactured abroad. They make it into microcircuits that nobody can fix. Is the fact that it has to break down. They know exactly that in a year's time, it has to break down. And so you have to throw everything away. It cannot be repaired. And so this creates a large cost for our small, I'm talking about 1 watt to 5 watt. Most of the developing world, most of the people that use it are in the below the 5 watts. And most of the solar plants and microgrids pass over them. Although they use their lands, they usually pass over them to paying clients in the city. Next slide, please. So everybody can be a solar engineer. We can contribute to co-ops to start out their conversion from kerosene into solar. It's repairable with a simple screwdriver in these areas. Of course, there's mobile chargers and street lights, so they can continue to charge their phones for education and communication. And street lights, which reduce crime against women by 70%. And they maintain all of this. We create this many solar cooperatives that are repairable by hand. Liter of Light has expanded to more than 32 countries. We have 1,400 members around the world. And at the same time, we work with 650 women cooperatives that build and at the same time scale their solar lights. So we have seen that, not only microcredit works as an expansion vehicle, but also creating their own solar cooperatives that is fixable and scalable without having to buy parts from one central city. So sometimes in Morocco, they use pottery. In other countries, they use bamboo, but they don't need Liter of Light Philippines, although we're the ones that taught them how to do this. Next slide, please. One of our first donations, of course, was done by John Kerry. When he saw more than 5,000 houses lit up by women, I got the parts from Cebu, where there was a solar toy manufacturer, batteries, small batteries that were rechargeable, were easily found. And we got the women that were displaced, but they were able to replicate the technology by hand. And next thing you know, we had, of course, street lights. We used plastic bottles that were from, soft drink plants that were destroyed. We used what was available, but we were able to do 7,000 within 3 months, where it would have just taken us the order wouldn't have even come through. So we see this as something like a disaster movement, but at the same time can be used during normal times. The next award to us was given, the Zayed Future Energy Prize was given to me by Al Gore and Al Nayan and the UAE for contribution. We do before COVID, of course, about 1 million people affected every year. So, of course, this is nothing compared to large-scale solar plants. But as I said, we believe that solar should be something that the villagers should be able to be part of these green jobs and not just importing or reselling solar lights. We've done about 3,000 houses in Kenya. We know that it's replicable. Next one, please. Same thing that we've done in the Philippines is we've taught women to get it solar parts, and they have built up this business where they're actually earning rather than losing money instead of buying carbon, this carbon-based fuels outside. Of course, these are, heavily, it spikes, no? It always increases every year to now something controllable such as solar, which is going down. Street lights is also a big business where every house pays, just like here in Manila, everybody pays for public lighting. They also pay the women cooperative to keep the village safe. So it's an inspiration that, from the Philippines, we're able to move these technologies global. During COVID, we were hit because all our corporate sponsors forbade us to enter. And so we moved into this ice bucket challenge where we started challenging people to do solar lights by hand. Next slide, please. We had bicycle members challenge each other. So people challenge each other online. We have our videos online. Kindly, Senator Gatchalian was one of the first 50 change makers that actually took the challenge. Next slide, please. And this one has scaled. He's challenged power cooperatives, heads of power cooperatives, Meralco, large renewable energy to build a solar light by hand to show that this is something that can be done by thousands of people and anybody can be part of this renewable energy. Next slide, please. If you play this, we have more than 400 celebrities that have done it. So this is Ryan Ramos. If you put up the sound a little bit, she'll be able to. So she becomes an endorser, but at the same time, she reaches out to 30 million. The celebrities reach out to 30 million people that know that solar is something that can be done by hand in the Philippines. Okay, so next one. She lost sound. Okay, next one, please. So more than 400 celebrities reaching out to 30 million people is very important. It's because because the Philippines is this epicenter of different kinds of disasters with earthquakes, it is important to see that emergency lighting of this scale can be done by anyone. And so we're convincing not only for donations for other areas that will be hit by typhoons, that we can have this army of solar emergency light makers, but we can also, during times of peace, we give it to, also Marawi, we supplied thousands built by hand. So this is a sort of a grassroots hand-built movement where we get thousands of people to back up our. So what we did during the epidemic is we had them build at home and also their fans, but we will put them all together to every start of the month to show the power of the people. So we built the largest solar flag in the world. This is like a human billboard to show the power of people coming together. And then afterwards, we donate them to communities. Next one, please. So, the largest image of Rizal, this is when we switch it on by hand. Next one, please. Can you play this? So this is during, we were asked by 2,000 children and of course devout from Cebu, where they were saying that they could not go out to celebrate the 500th year of the start of Christianity. And so we challenged them to weave this 2,000 solar lights by hand. We are the world record holder for these kind of solar artworks. And we're using, of course, empty parks. Like right now, next week, this Saturday, Sunday, we are going to be doing the 5th Avenue. So here in BGC, we're making the largest climate action artwork with more than 1,000 children from BGC. So this is a participative building, participative artwork, but also when it reaches the villages, this can be repaired and fixed. So these are all hand-built. So, this is sort of the people power of solar. You can do next, please. And so it's very exciting for us that, you know, we're engaging thousands of children, especially in a Greta Thunberg kind of way, because we're also celebrating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, where the Philippines is one of the 4 signatories. We are the first 4 signatories of the United Nations. The children that are learning about the SDGs at school has asked us if we can remind, you know, our government that, you know, after the COVID, that we still have to double time to be able to meet the SDGs. So children now are in the Greta Thunberg generation are now wanting to make their expression in the government. So we're building some of the largest, next slide please. We're doing some of the largest SDG artworks in the world. This is on the mayor's office. So this is our launch where about 700 Makati children stuck, you know, these are children stuck inside their home for a year and a half learning. And so they wanted to be part of something. So we made them build the solar lights by hand. And the mayor gave us the roof of Makati City Hall to launch it. And so we're going every month around the different cities. Next slide, please. We're going around the cities. Next slide. To build. So this is the community of UP, where they wanted to prioritize hunger. This is here in Pasay, where they wanted to prioritize, you know, life underwater. If you can go back to UP, anyway, yeah. So you could see the scale. You could see the scale of this. So we're asking government to allow us to use parks that are not being used for this participative artwork. Remember, nobody's there. These, you know, they build it from home, but they love it. So, you know, they love seeing their artwork. This gets about 500,000 to 1 million hits minimum per area. So we can go forward. So this is life underwater for fishermen to preserve. So we're reminding the world once again that the SDGs are important. These are some of the largest in the world built by Filipinos. So we're very excited. Next one, please. So we're very excited about BGC 1,300 right now. Children in the BGC. San Lorenzo Village is also coming here, where almost 200 children inside their villages are participating. And so we're going to be covering up the 5th Avenue from the 28th to the 29th Street. And of course, we will have the next one is, we're very excited to bring these stories about Filipinos doing the largest people power of climate change, of course, the children, young people and their parents, to the Dubai World Expo. We are the Philippine private sector representative. This is separate from the national government. We are self-funded because the national government did not have any funds for us to be able to represent this largest in the world climate action. So we're going to be doing another large climate action. We got a grant called Expo Live, where only 140 change makers with an idea to change the world will be represented in a booth. Next slide. So we will be there for 6 months. And so we're looking to create the largest solar artworks in the world built by the people. And of course, afterwards, those light will benefit other people. And we're going to show this kind of people power, this which is unique in the world at the World Expo, independently from the government. Unfortunately, once again, we were so sad that they're doing an art exhibit and we're doing a sustainability exhibit, and it didn't match. But we're very happy to represent the country. Next, please. And so I think that's it. Thank you very much. And we're very happy. We were invited by the Italian government to go to Italy because the climate change conference, the pre-climate change conference is in Italy. And their theme is youth for climate. So they have thousands of youth and they're not able to come from home. So we're going to be doing this Filipino climate action, and we're going to be doing it in Italy. So we're going to go to the piazzas all around Lombardy, Florence, Pisa. We're going to be doing this all around Italy, using the lights built by kids from inside their homes. And each city, we will be lighting up their piazzas with with words by the children. For example, there's no Planet B. And so it's very fantastic that the Filipino hybrid model to get children to express themselves we'll be going global, and then we'll be going to World Expo to share this. Thank you very much for this talk.
Okay, and thank you, Illac. Our next speaker is he's familiar to a lot of people. I've been kind of actually anxious to meet you. Mr. Yeb Sano, the Executive Director of Greenpeace Southeast Asia.
Thank you very much, Ben. And pleasant day to all of you. Always an honor to be in a Manila Times event, and of course to be in a panel together with my good friend Illac and attorney Mona Dimalanta. So thanks for having me. Let me start by sharing my screen like others have, and I hope you see my presentation. Okay. So the first order of the day, really, for all of us, and I think the senator has mentioned this, Mona has mentioned this, Illac as well, is that we must acknowledge the climate change challenge as what it really is, and it is a crisis. And if it is a crisis, and I think we've learned a lot about crisis in the context of the pandemic, if it is a crisis, we need to put all of our efforts, our energy into solving it, because a crisis means it will affect people very profoundly. Real lives and livelihoods are at stake, and if we do not act soon enough, things would be more difficult in the future. The disruption also brought to us by the COVID-19 pandemic is leading our societies to challenge our present and think about our future very differently. And I hope that's kind of the openness we have when we have this conversation. All of us must put all of our weight behind trying to make this disruption, this whole disruption should not be wasted, to change society. We call it, the hashtag is better normal, and not go back to the old normal. And change society as we have known it. Society, I think, as you would surmise in the words of our previous speakers, has been nature destroying. A lot of it is profit driven, unequal. There's so much inequality in this world, very individualistic, and move towards a society that we need. One that is open, caring, and we have seen a lot of that during the pandemic, where people help each other. We want more peaceful societies, and one that is in harmony with nature and with the public good as the driving force. That might sound very difficult, but the moments where things can change are often difficult to see when we are in them. But that is something we need to realize. We are a generation, and I'd like to include myself in the younger generation, but also in the older generation. All of us collectively as a generation is a generation that's more digitally connected than any generation before us. And we can work together across borders and across cultures like we have never done before. And therefore, we must behave like things can be done like we have never done ever in history. I want to borrow a few lines from my favorite, one of my favorite stories, and Tolkien wrote in The Lord of the Rings. If you remember this conversation between Gandalf and Frodo, this is very important for me, because in this conversation, Frodo was very scared. The ring had gotten into his possession, and he was scared with the return of Sauron. He said, "I wish it need not have happened in my time." And Gandalf replied, "So do I, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." This rings so true with the climate crisis. And with the pandemic as well, with COVID-19, we all wish it did not have happened in our time. But that's outside of our control. And that's not for us to decide. It's happening right now. It's happening in our generation. And what we have to decide is what to do with the time that has been given us. And this conversation today is at the core of what to do with the time that has been given us. I mean, we've heard, of course, about the power outages, and we've experienced them firsthand in the past few weeks. And the DOE is warning that the power supply in Luzon may may continue to have these red alerts in the coming months due to the shutdown of several baseload plants. Now, Greenpeace, the organization I currently work for, has maintained that the recurring power shortages is really a symptom of a bigger problem of the country's very outdated energy system, and that is because we're heavily reliant on very inflexible baseload and fossil fuel high marginal cost power plants. And when these plants break down, they need to be maintained and serviced. The entire grid suffers, and millions of people are left to suffer all of these brownouts. And this is a recurring problem. This is not new. And we have been seeing the supply issues since many years ago, but especially in the last 3 to 5 years. And many baseload plants have been on extended outage where we have higher peak, and that's been well known publicly. The reasons why the grid is not able to cope. Now, all of this points to a very clear imperative that we must build energy systems that would cope with the future, not for the past. And I'd like to elaborate that a little bit more, but Illac, Mona, Senator Gatchalian have already articulated a lot of what that means, what it means to say when we have to build energy systems for the future. Speaking of time, this has been quite a long journey, and I'd like to refresh our memories. This was the Renewable Energy Act, RA 9513, was enacted in 2008. That was a long time ago. And I remember the time when civil society and many of us in this community were lobbying for the renewable energy bill to be passed into law, and this picture is from 2007, including young people clamoring for the acceleration of the development of renewable energy in the country, and this is an action in front of the Senate of the Philippines where Greenpeace was calling for the urgent passage of the renewable energy bill. And lo and behold, I think we got that after 2 decades of lobbying, after 2 decades of the bill languishing in Congress. It was passed in 2008. And I just want to pay homage to the author, the main author of this bill, Senator Ed Angara, and we interviewed him a few years after the enactment of the bill, and he talked about a vision for the future, and that the Philippines would become a leader for renewable energy. And I think if he were alive today, he would be quite disappointed with the way things have turned out. But of course, there's also, signs of hope, as we have seen a good uptake of solar and wind in the Philippines. But I think the challenges remain, including the fact that has been heavily emphasized today by other speakers, that instead of renewables capturing a little bit higher share in our energy mix, it actually went down. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Also want to pay homage to Engineer Obit Versola, who taught us a lot about the solutions. And I'll talk a little bit about those, things that Obit had highlighted in terms of addressing the challenges. And I thank Senator Gatchalian for outlining those 5 key challenges, those 5 trends, and also the challenges that remain. But what we have today as an important discussion is in the theme of this forum, which is how to combat climate change, how to fight climate change and promote renewable energy in that context. We are in an emergency. We're not in some ordinary situation. This is a very profound issue that's affecting many Filipinos in particular, as we are a very vulnerable country to the impacts of climate change. It's an emergency because it's causing losses and damages and a lot of danger. Impending danger is at hand, and we do know the actions that are needed to take away the perils, but those actions have not been adequate. So the emergency is escalating at a scale and at a rate that we have not predicted. Even scientists have not predicted. You can see all of those forest fires happening all over the world, more intense typhoons, glacial and ice melt, and even just a look at the warmest years on record, you will see all of them in the past decade. This data was pre-pandemic, so 2019 was the second warmest year to 2016. But many people are thinking that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, things might have become better. The world has slowed down in terms of emissions, but that has not impacted the trajectory of climate change. 2020 happened to have tied with 2016 as the hottest year on record. So imagine, even if all of us have not been flying around the world, even a lot of economic slowdown, climate change proceeds unabated, and every year probably would continue to be one of the among the warmest years on record in the coming years. So climate change and this emergency continues. The Philippines will continue to see those warmer temperatures, whether it's daytime or nighttime, and that's also driving the power outages in some way. We've also heard a lot about blessing in disguise with clearer skies happening because of the pandemic. Of course, just momentarily now, I think the traffic is back, the air pollution is back. And that does not take us away from the reality of the fact that the world's dependence on fossil fuels, and including ours, as you have seen the figures earlier, that we continue to be so dependent on coal for our electricity. It has brought us this biggest environmental crisis, and not just a local crisis, but a big, one of the most probably unprecedented, pervasive environmental ecological crisis in the history of humanity. This is connected, of course, with the global framework on economic framework that has ignored nature's limits. We think that nature is infinite. It is not. And the capacity of our planet to provide for our needs is limited, and we need to reflect on that. That's why we have climate change. Climate change is not in itself the problem, but it is probably the most dramatic symptom of an entire planet in crisis. This is on top of other things, including the scarcity of water resources. A lot of people finding it hard to find potable water and water for agriculture. We see a lot of plastics floating in our ocean. So I'm not gonna mention all of those problems, but I think in a nutshell, we see a planet in crisis, and it will not go away soon. And this is an imperative for us to act as quickly as we can. Now, Greenpeace has released the Philippine Energy Revolution Roadmap because we believe that an energy revolution is possible. This was the 2011 version. Our disappointment is that, like what has been expressed earlier by the senator and other speakers, is that the scenarios that we had here did not pan out, did not materialize, and for reasons that we already know, there remains a lot of obstacles to the development of renewable energy, but we know that it can be overcome. The percentages we put in this roadmap, that 50% of our energy would be renewables. We've come short of that, but there is still hope that we can achieve that very soon if we just prioritize. Prioritizing is really that one of the keywords here, because we know the keywords, so we know the solutions. A lot of us, even our political leaders, know what to do, but it doesn't seem like we are prioritizing those steps, those measures, those policies that complement the pieces of legislation, and including, of course, overcoming financial obstacles and technical obstacles. We've been talking about those things for many years, and one of the things that we need to embrace is the transition that needs to happen, and that transition should benefit the labor sector. And a lot of evidence shows that a renewable energy growth in the economy would mean a lot of jobs, a lot of good, green, decent jobs. Just to look into the future, I think we can be optimistic with some guarded optimism here with the way things have happened. But what's happening, and just to give you a bit of optimism as well, but to complement what the Senator said earlier, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency, power generation will continue to grow. And even with the COVID-19 pandemic, electricity from renewables had continued to grow. The costs, especially important, the cost of renewable electricity will have fallen very, very significantly in the last 10 years because of improvement in technology, an effectiveness in the economy of scale, and competitive supply chains. And like what you will hear in the second part of this forum, growing experience on the developer side. Imagine 82% of solar PV costs have fallen. It has fallen by 82% since 2010. And Irina also says that retiring the least competitive existing coal-fired plants and replacing them with solar and onshore wind would reduce further system generation costs. And also this is important that the prices of renewable energy, this has been a big argument 10-15 years ago that renewables are too expensive. It is no longer a debate. Renewables are either at parity with conventional power generation or even cheaper. And so this is what's happening. Again, Manila Times as a media outfit has documented this well. We will tiptoe away from coal. This has started with a government moratorium on new coal-fired power plants. This will send a signal to the market, and hopefully it will beat that chicken and egg dilemma in terms of the renewable energy situation, and a lot of other things globally that are happening. A lot of countries are moving away from coal. The Asian Development Bank has stopped funding coal, and many insurance companies have stopped funding coal and has started to divest. Now, Bill Gates gave me a copy of his book just very recently, sent it over. And he said in this book, we need to channel the world's passion and its scientific IQ into deploying the clean energy solutions we have now and inventing new ones, so we stop adding greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. This is important because we're trying to avoid a climate disaster. I don't always agree with Mr. Gates, but I profoundly agree with this assertion that we do need to deploy clean energy solutions immediately. And Senator Gatchalian mentioned nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. We already have submitted our NDC to the United Nations Climate Convention, and in order for us to achieve that effectively, we want to take that seriously, and renewables is a very important aspect of that. I want to clarify to everyone the context. Yes, Senator Gatchalian was correct that energy is just one among many sources of carbon emissions for the country. But energy sector remains the biggest because it includes power generation, electricity, and it also includes transport. And industry use of energy is included there. So it still accounts for at least 54% of our carbon emissions, all of those energy-intensive sectors combined. So while yes, it may not necessarily be the only one, it is still the most significant sector when we talk about carbon emissions. So just to walk you through, I think I'm wrapping up now. The National Renewable Energy Program scenario did not materialize. We are still locked into about 30 more years of coal technology because we do have a couple of dozen of coal-fired power plants still in operation, and that still dominates our energy mix. But the retail price of electricity, to remind everybody, does not go up. Instead, it goes down because of renewables, and we have clear evidence for that. We also need to realize that the importance being given to 24/7 baseload plants is an outdated idea. We have to transcend that before for us to be able to promote renewables. The keyword here is reimagine the future. The future will rely on decentralized plants. It will rely on flexible plants. It will rely on the cheapest marginal cost. Imagine running generating electricity with free fuel, quote unquote fuel, because the sun is free, the wind is free, and we don't have to import any fuel for that. That will be the wave of the future. That is what's gonna happen, and the Philippines cannot afford to be left behind. I also hope that everybody could embrace the idea that one of the greatest threats to the planet, apathy is really dangerous, because it is the belief that it's someone else will save the planet. It's someone else's job to care for our planet. It's all of us. And I'd like to end and wrap up by again going back to Tolkien. And Gandalf said, "Some believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check." But that is not what I have found. I have found that it is the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love. And this is why I'm happy to follow my good friend Illac, because he has basically talked about small acts of kindness and love, deeds of small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk, with the example of Liter of Light, and how the decentralized, devolved energy generation, if we have, and Mona talked about the tremendous potential of solar, rooftop solar, and I truly believe that all of us pitching to solve the problem will make a big difference. And in that context, I want to show you my roof while I'm talking to you now in this forum. I'm broadcasting from a house that is 100% powered by solar, daytime and nighttime, and this is part of my 3 kilowatt setup here in my home. So I thank all of you again for your time, for listening. Let's all work together to shape the new normal, because the alternative is unimaginable. Thank you very much.
Have a lot of subject matter experts. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Saño, and I like your choice of example articles. I think we're going to have our little question and answer portion right now. And I also think we're running a little long on time, so we may only want to do this for a few minutes. And Clink, have you got something that you'd like to ask somebody?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ben. I was quite concerned about what Attorney Mona was saying about the energy security. That that the one concern that we heard from Senator Gatchalian was this diminishing share in the energy mix of renewables. But I think more alarmingly, as Attorney Mona rightly said, the worsening situation with the energy security. But I was hoping, Attorney Mona, if you can expound on that, if you feel confident that the government is looking at the right policies to address that, or if there are still major gaps that need to be updated. And also, as a related question to our other speakers, Illac and Yeb, the discussion has been so far on the generation of power, and of course, and related issues, but not many are talking about the need to change our consumption habits. Is there a legitimate policy argument for maybe convincing people to consume less? I mean, it's one thing to turn to renewables, but if we're still going to be consuming at the same rate, I mean, I would expect that our demand for power would simply be insatiable. Illac mentioned that 35% of people, I guess, in depressed areas spent their income on kerosene. I mean, this will, of course, hit lower income families harder than everybody else in society. But perhaps we can start with Attorney Mona.
Sure, thank you. Maybe two developments I can highlight there on whether this energy security issue is being taken seriously. I think yes, and finally, I think it's being appreciated for what it is. And why do I say that? Well, I think one, the DOE issued the moratorium on coal plants, and we know that while coal plants are base load and they can provide power 24/7, we don't produce coal, as I mentioned earlier. So they are not indigenous to us. If there are supply interruptions globally because we import coal, then we are exposed. We are exposed. We are vulnerable to those supply interruptions, as we have seen during this COVID situation. So not only in terms of the logistics, but also in terms of pricing, we're held hostage by the prices that the supply takes wherever we get them. So that's I think one sign. The second sign that I think is a good sign that it is being taken seriously is that last year the DOE and the DILG signed a joint memorandum to have an LGU energy code, and I think this one makes me very optimistic as well, because I think for RE, my dream really, and I've said this in other forums, is for the LGUs to be the RE champions. The LGUs can identify the resources that are available in their areas, explore opportunities with private sector in co-developing those areas. And imagine if we have in each of the islands, for example, the RE resource that are available, and it's the primary resource or resource of choice or power of choice for that particular area. I think it increases our level, that it gives us a better chance of increasing our energy security. So just those two things, but maybe just to also address, there are still gaps.
Sure.
And there will always be gaps. But I think just to take off from Yeb's closing remarks, we make do with what we have in the moment. We aim to always do better, but we will make do with what we have, and we have something to start off with, I think. Thank you.
Yebs, maybe you want to pick up there. You said reimagine the future, right? So with regard to changing our consumption, is there a legitimate policy argument for that?
Oh, absolutely. We call that the fifth kind of power plant. This is a power plant that does not produce power at all, and sometimes we call it the negawatt power plant. It makes sense, of course, for us to reduce our consumption. Energy efficiency and demand-side management is always the other side of the coin, with renewable energy on the more popular side of the coin. So you cannot have renewable energy without demand-side management, without all of us pitching. And some people would probably think, oh, what can I do? I mean, I'm only one person. No. People don't understand the profile of our energy load. And during the midday, the reason why there's a peak in the midday because of air conditioning, logically. At nighttime, everybody turns on their lights, and that's the nighttime peak. And if all of us reduce all of that consumption by using more efficient appliances, more efficient lighting, and then even using less electricity because we don't need them, we will shave off that peak, and that will allow more renewables to be more effective in the energy system. So all of that, I mean, that applies at the micro level, where for example in my house I cannot be keeping all of my appliances on. That will drain my batteries, or my solar panels will never be enough for that. But it also applies to the grid scale, where a smarter grid will only be able to operate if demand is also smart, if demand is efficient, and therefore we support strongly the push for energy efficiency across all sectors, across all levels.
Illac, you want to jump in?
Well, as I said, it must be a balanced narrative that although individuals do have to decrease their consumption, it's also like the same statement with pollution is we can never match an industrialized way of of being inconsistent, like doing products that that cannot be recycled. It's the same way with energy, right? If we use if we reduce our consumption, but then it's still powered by a policy of non-renewables, so it's still the industrial and the corporate that needs to make this substantial shift. And then of course stockholders must be able to request that this shift happen. And of course the most if you're making money out of cheap coal, then it must be a government a large scale government point. Another thing with renewables also is a balance, right? So as we're going towards solar, we must also understand that in 30 years, just like with some pioneers and first movers, that they don't know what to do with their solar panels that become obsolete. These things have a life of their own. So we must balance it with things that are like tidal, very strong tidal. So we must make these kind of decisions. For example, when we're talking about 30 tons of solar panels losing their, being obsolete, what do we do with them? And so we must be able to also address that in the future. But nothing is more damaging than, the 50,000 people that were lost in the last 10 years. And of course, the $400 million that is lost to climate change in the country. So I'd like to talk about rethinking ahead of time rather than doing the yearly more expensive of rebuilding. So we should balance a renewable, and I really am very strong to looking at tidal power and different kinds of storage power as with solar. So there are different ways to do it, but yes, we should not talk about individuals as much as the commitment of those people that are running this heavily polluting industries to make a change.
Yeah, there are certainly a lot of interesting technologies out there, including tidal and kinetic and whatnot. But the question earlier, we're talking about changing consumption habits, and of course you work in many depressed communities. And I heard you mention that in some of the areas that you work in, you said that 35% of the people there spend their income on kerosene. Is there can they still be expected to change, or should the change come from the more affluent parts of society or industry or elsewhere, and and justify that because the poor people are just subsisting? What do you think of that?
Well, I really believe that we should create our own independent or local model for creating these products, because if you really do the study, let's say solar lights are given in the millions as a donation, but we ourselves we see that these are planned to be obsolete. They're not repairable, so in a year and a half all of them have to be thrown away. It's so scheduled that actually the supplier, the person that will reloan the communities to buy solar again, is actually goes there in the time that he knows that the batteries are going to give way or a part is going to give way. So we need something that is fixable. It cannot be thrown away like a cell phone. The other component also is you can see this scaled up, like in townships that put solar as streetlights. We know that in 3 years that all breaks down. So we have to throw away the whole thing. So this kind of consumptive way to deal with solar, we have to think of products that are with local parts, local design, because even to the micro level, at a certain point, we do have to have self-power. There is no way that with the investments now in power plants will meet the demands of the future. Let's just put it down flat. We did not invest enough early on to be able to power the needs of this country. So we need to think of, that secondary thing is, what do we provide that gap with? Do we let them live miserably without power? We already have 13 million people without even access to power. This is not necessary. We need to invest in, I believe, the power of the people. Women cooperatives must be able to build their own solar systems, be able to repair it. If we just supply something that comes from the city, not repairable, patented, imported, the money will keep on going out. We need to invest in small scale solutions. And, very, very quickly, just like, what we're doing here, the ability of thousands of hands to be able to create their own solar products is immeasurably stronger than 1 million solar lights given away in any one point or even bought. These things, we must make solar local, or else, never trust a large grid system to give power for free. They will never give it for free because there is capital investment. You must empower the people with technologies that are for the people. So that's my point.
Thank you. Yeah. I have one more question then. I think, Ben, I'll give it to you, Ben. I just can't resist. And this is for Yebs. And you mentioned Bill Gates. And of course, Bill Gates, one of the controversial ideas of Bill Gates is nuclear power. And he believes it's, he believes it can be easily scaled up. And of course, the attractiveness for him there is the zero carbon emission. Ben and I, in fact, are in agreement with this. Ben is anti-nuclear. I'm for. So there's a split even in the Manila Times. But what is your input there? I mean, with regard to using that particular source for power generation?
Thank you for that question, Klink. I guess my life's work on nuclear would show where I stand on this issue. I founded the Children Against Nukes when I was 11 years old, and for a good reason. That was the time when the Bataan nuclear power plant was a big issue. We have, and until now, I look at the issue very carefully. I like to have healthy debates with experts, with intellectuals, and this should be an open conversation, meaning we listen to each other. But the evidence is so clear for a country like the Philippines is geographically situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire. The hazards are just too much to overcome for the current nuclear technology that exists. Also, for me, there is a social dimension to it. Nuclear is a technology that is highly monopolized. Very few countries I can count with my fingers can process uranium, and that is a big issue. That does not lead us to any kind of energy independence that we aspire for as a country. And also you don't replace. A lot of people argue that it is probably one of the solutions to climate change because it has lower emissions, but you don't replace one environmental problem with another one. I think it's really important we reflect on that. So all things considered, we see the nuclear power option is very dangerous for the Philippines. It remains a very dangerous option for power generation, and therefore we must look at renewables. After all, we are blessed with so much renewable energy resources around the country. The amount of wind energy potential we have could power our demand 7 times what we currently need in terms of our energy demand. So before we go to the more dangerous options, there are so many good options that we have of our country. We happen to have so much resources that are available. We also have what you call ocean thermal energy. We just sit right beside a region with the highest ocean thermal energy potential. So all of that needs to be tapped. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, I'm being told that we're running very short on time, but I just wanted to ask one thing real quick, because Yeb and Attorney Monalisa kind of brought it up in different aspects. You pointed out, Attorney, that the percentage of energy sufficiency has been dropping steadily over a long period of time. And Yeb pointed out that we are hung up on this idea of baseload power, and that is kind of retarding the efforts towards development. And I agree with both of you, but the energy. The lack of energy self-sufficiency is kind of the justification for the reliance on, or the gospel of baseload power. So how do you get to solve both problems at the same time? Get away from the reliance on baseload power and still pick up the energy self-sufficiency.
Okay, maybe I'll start off and Yeb can contribute. One thing that I like also about Yeb's presentation was when he talked about planning for the energy of the future, and I think that's what this discussion is about. I think what Ben you call the gospel of baseload is an indisputable truth for some decades ago, but I'm not necessarily for today or for the decades to come. I think it merits revisiting, and I think I mentioned earlier the moratorium on coal that was issued by the DOE. Take note that moratorium was not issued on the basis of environmental concerns. That moratorium was issued because the DOE saw that more flexible plans are needed by the system. And there was mention earlier about the power outages, and I know it will take a longer time to discuss the power outages that we experienced recently. But that's also a symptom of a system that has not been revisited. I think we need to revisit what the system. Energy security is not a static condition. Energy security evolves over the evolution of demand as well, and evolution of technology. So maybe it's time to ask ourselves, what's the better fit for our system, our demand today, and for the decades to come? Because the decisions we make today will result in infrastructure that will be there for the next decades. It's not going to be an infrastructure that will be there for just a year, because we're not talking about what Illac was discussing earlier, the home light. We're talking about big infrastructure with huge investments to come. So I think that's the conversation that we need to have. What is energy security in the context of what we know today and for the next few decades? Yep.
Yes, thank you, Mona. And I think I absolutely agree with all of that. And I think there are a couple of innovative approaches that is important for national planning. And the first one is to really look at an intermediate goal, because yes, we're not going to see this overnight. Fossil fuel plants will be there to stay. Some of them are newly built as well, and that is to look at new supply requirements, taking the existing and committed supply capacities as a given. So in the context of the current Philippine energy plan that runs up to 2030, if you look at the PEP, it turns out that if we applied that approach of focusing on new supply requirements, that would have been, it's quite clear. The government's own energy efficiency and renewable energy targets would have been more than enough, really, to supply all of that new demand, new supply requirements. So it's just a matter of the government really working hard to attain those targets, because those targets are there, and there would be no need to build new fossil fuel baseload plants, and that is my second point. That's the second approach. That's an outdated concept. We have many kinds of different power plants now, including flexible ones that you can ramp up and you can ramp down. You have those variable plants. You have micro scale plants, and my metaphor here is microcomputers. Now the power of a cell phone is higher or bigger than the power of mainframes that occupied an entire big room in the past. So that will happen in the energy technology as well, and those mainframe technologies that power generation will become obsolete in the future. And if all of us, for example, had solar rooftop, combine that with micro-scale renewable energy, all of that will combine to a very reliable, stable grid.
Okay, Illac, you want to jump in with a comment here?
Yeah, when I was working in the refugee camps, the United Nations refugee camps, I got to hear a very, important statement that affected me and my career. So the United Nations head, OCHA, said, the UN builds the camp. The refugees build the city. And so sometimes when you think of this huge United Nations, they, provide tarps, the basic infrastructure of food, but it is the people, acting individually and adding on the bricks, the transportation system. They would buy secondhand and make the whole transportation system and build a city. You would see that sometimes we look at things too top down, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of investment. But we sometimes forget the power of the individuals. At 100 million people, there are great ideas out there. I mean, as simply as even selling, just releasing the power of the people to sell to them, to sell in their neighborhood. If they can make their own micro plants and power grids, instead of, as I saw with Saño and Angara saying, how come the FIT power is so low that it's not incentivizing people to invest in solar rooftops? If people can start providing their own power systems and selling to their neighbors, you would see that the power of the people it's like Marawi. We're always thinking about the big investment of rehabilitating it. The simple thing there is we should have let people in from the start. They would have rebuilt the city in a quarter of the time that we ever will. So once again, we're always talking about top down, this big finances, big leadership. And I always tell you, have we never really just, put an investment in ideas of colleges? In MIT, where I studied, the angel investors are just there learning for the next technologies. But here, colleges and new ideas never get to any kind of investment, never get to a kind of investors. There are next generation technologies out there that you'll be surprised that young people, young innovators, are coming up, which will beat out these traditional technologies. And that's the way it always will be. And that's the way that we're going to find out how it's going to be done. The problem is, we should allow, people to sell energy to their neighbors. That's the thing that I think about. It's like, why are we always talking big when the power of the small has been left behind? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we need to move along again. So now we're going to hear from Mr. Leandro Leviste, who is the president of Solar Philippines.
Hi, is my screen sharing?
Yes, we can see it. We can't see your camera though. Can you please turn it on? Yes, thank you.
Hi everyone. Hey, first I would like to thank the Manila Times very much for this invitation. I have not prepared as comprehensive a presentation as the other very well prepared members of this panel, because I must admit this is the first speaking invitation that I have accepted in the last 2 years. And I really couldn't refuse when it was the Manila Times calling. So thank you for this opportunity. And part of that is because for the first 5 years of the 7 years of my company, we have focused on trying to convince the stakeholders in the market for the need for solar and trying to increase the demand. But I think that the last 2 years or so have been pivotal, where the power industry of the Philippines, and more so the world, has really finally come around to recognizing that there is a need for much more renewables. And while I have a view that it has to be a much more penetration than what the rest of the industry of the Philippines might, like Mr. Saño, we might agree that it should be as close to 100% renewable as possible. And if currently solar and wind are together, perhaps 3-4% of the Philippines penetration now, and the industry might think that 20 to 30 is now reasonable, To the extent that we're still at 3 or 4, and while we would like it to be 100, but the industry recognizes it should be 20 to 30, that getting to that 20 to 30 is really the challenge now, rather than trying to convince the industry that we need to get to 100. So how can we get to that 20 to 30 as fast as possible? I think that the key challenge now is twofold. The first is the shortage of supply of renewable energy sites. And the second is the need for the market of distribution utilities of the Philippines to enable the demand. So on the supply and the demand, Solar Philippines for the past 2 years has been focused on a twofold approach that we call S and P. S standing for sites, which is what we have been focused on preparing, and P standing for partnerships. Because whereas until the last few years, we have been trying to convince the incumbents to go into renewables, as I've mentioned, they now want in, at least to the extent of 20 to 30%. But they need to be shown the way and given the opportunity. And the work of the advocacy groups to have regulations like the Renewable Portfolio Standard has been very important in this. Further civil society efforts to encourage green financing with lower cost interest for renewable and higher cost interest for non-renewable has also been very helpful. But now that there's that interest, we've really been in this position of trying to enable their interest in renewables to happen. So there's a lot that's in the pipeline with other members of the power industry that will become publicly disclosable in the future. I cannot get into too much on the particulars today. But in terms of the main challenge that I'd like to focus on, the lack of supply of sites, that is something that our company has been focusing on solving so that the floodgates of renewable energy development can be opened. So I really just have a bunch of photos of solar panels amid the harmony with nature to show on this PowerPoint, and hopefully people will agree that we should encourage as much conversion of unproductive agricultural land or unproductive pasture land into renewable energy use as possible. So this is our first project at a utility scale that has been operating since 2016. And this is another part of this project. I think I'm by no means an artistic person, but this is my attempt at showing the beauty of solar panels amid nature. And yes, hopefully the regulators can only make it easier for these types of solar installations to get built. So this is our second utility scale solar project that began exporting power to the national grid in May of 2019. And this one is selling to Meralco at the rate of 2 pesos 99 centavos per kilowatt hour in its first year, and has since been escalating since then. But the intention for this project was really to show that solar is not just at parity, it is the lowest cost delivered energy in Philippine history at the rate of as low as 2.99. Our next project is going to be in another part of Batangas. We have another one in Cavite. And we have this one which we just disclosed to the public a few days ago, which is going to be in its first phase of 225 megawatts and the ultimate 500 megawatts. In the first phase of 225, the largest solar project in the Philippines to date. And in the second phase, the largest solar project in Southeast Asia to date. And if I'm not mistaken, the largest renewable energy project in the Philippines to date, larger than even the historic geothermal and hydro developments. And I think what this project in Nueva Ecija will hopefully show is that solar can really scale. I think the problem to date has been that most solar development has been developed years ahead of the completion date, of course, conceptualized for a 50 to 100 megawatt per contract demand. And since 2016, when the feed-in tariff, which was tailored for this size project, had ended, we saw that for solar to become competitive with the 600 megawatt, 1,000 plus megawatt coal and gas developments, it really has to be of similar scale to be competitive in the wholesale electricity markets. Another thing to have behind the meter distributed generation, there will always be some need for that. But to achieve the lowest cost, that there had to be scale, which is why our company has been focused on securing the sites and the corresponding requirements for these large sites, which back when solar was $1 per watt, or almost at that level, were deemed unviable because subsidized offtake could not support such scale. But now that solar is less than $0.50 per watt and has a levelized cost that is below the cost of coal and gas, that indeed the scale has become quite important, both for competitiveness and for just ensuring that the right amount of solar can even get built. Because if we solve back for what the industry has come to accept as a, let's say, 30% by 2030 or more solar and wind penetration, that's going to mean that you'll need 20,000 megawatts of solar per one estimate to get built by that time. We're already in 2021. That's going to mean that we're going to need to have something like 2,000 megawatts per year. If we can't build it this year, 2,000 plus megawatts per year for the remaining years of this decade, which is nowhere close to what's being built right now. And that will not get built if we're doing it 50 to 100 megawatts at a time. It will only get built if we start building solar projects at the same scale as the plants that are currently supplying the Philippine grid today. And yeah, this one is our first contribution, but we have a whole bunch of other ones also in the pipeline. And I really just want to share with you my passion for drone photography of beautiful solar sites, where here we have all of this unproductive land in Tarlac that is currently creating basically zero employment. The current use for most of this area is cattle ranching. And the children of those who are sometimes planting a single crop of rice per year on these properties don't even want to continue the family tradition of agriculture, especially when it's so unproductive in some of these upland areas. They'd rather find employment in the cities. So there is a lack of employment in these rural areas. And by building the solar farms that can hopefully become like this one day, we're creating at least 10 jobs per megawatt during construction and 1 job per megawatt during the lifetime of the project. So what once was a zero employment generating use of the land becomes not just one that is comparable with the coal and gas plants that it displaces on the grid in terms of job creation, but in fact, perhaps an order of magnitude more. I'm not no expert in terms of the operation of coal plants, but I understand from some of our colleagues who used to work in conventional power companies, a 600 megawatt coal plant might require, let's say, 300, 500 employees. The equivalent kilowatt hour generation from solar and storage would require at least 10 times more, 3,000 to 5,000 people during the operations of that plant. So here we have not just a benefit for the environment in terms of emissions reduction, but a benefit in terms of job generation in the parts of this country which are so lacking in employment, which this administration indeed wants to prioritize the development of through its Balik Probinsya program. Here, a part of the country where we have a lot of our solar developments, that hopefully will come to be the focal point of solar moving forward. And here, a last photo of one of our development sites, which may in aggregate be the largest corridor where we have the most solar site that we can be installing solar in. So we haven't made any public disclosures in terms of the capacity of these future developments beyond those that we have under construction or for construction this year. But with what we have already disclosed, it should mean that our company should contribute at least 1,000 megawatts of solar being exported to the grid by the end of next year. And indeed, because of the need to have this 20,000 megawatts to achieve this 20 or 30% solar penetration by 2030, our company is gearing up to have as much of these sites as ready, so that to the extent that the country's power utilities require renewables today, we are ready. And to the extent that hopefully once we get to 30%, all of us here on this Zoom can try and convince them to go to 40 and 50 and above, that supply should not be the constraint. And I am very, very hopeful, based on the current momentum, how far we have come in the past 2 years, that as soon as we hit 20 or 30, that day of 50 and above will come. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions later on. But yeah, I think the main story in the next year should really be no longer that here we are, a bunch of idealists trying to convince the power industry to go renewable, but rather that the power industry itself has already changed its mind and wants to go fully renewable, and the only challenge remaining truly just is implementation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leviste. And next, we're going to hear from Mr. Emmanuel Rubio, the President and CEO of Aboitiz Power Corporation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers, Manila Times, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to share Aboitiz Power's Cleanergy story, our transition journey in mitigating the impact of climate change. Can we go to the next slide, please? Well, renewable energy in the Philippines has tremendously grown over the last 2 decades, although I've heard in the previous speakers that the share has actually declined, but the absolute megawatts has significantly grown with the enactment of 2 landmark policies, IPIRA in 2001 and the Renewable Energy Act of 2008. These 2 laws led to the rapid rate of RE development that would eventually bring the country to where it is today in terms of RE, although I guess the penetration has not really achieved the targets in terms of market share. But again, as I said, the absolute megawatts probably something where we plan to be when when the Renewable Energy Act was actually crafted. No? In recent years, the government has also put in place an RE roadmap, along with new policies and programs such as the Renewable Portfolio Standards, or RPS, the Green Energy Option Program, or GEOP, the Green Energy Auction Program, GEAP, among others. These are the programs that RE developers like us are actually looking forward to in providing the opportunities and access to distribution utilities in getting a renewable energy supply, with the goal of further increasing RE capacity in our country's energy mix. The government's efforts to grow RE, next slide please. The government's efforts to grow RE has encouraged more investments from the private sector, Leon and Solar Philippines being one of them, making RE more accessible to consumers. No? But even before RE became fashionable, Aboitiz Power was already in the RE space as early as 1970s through a run of River Hydro Business Unit, HEDCOR. With the enactment of IPIRA, we further expanded our RE portfolio by acquiring government-owned RE assets such as Tiwi Macban geothermal plants, now operated and managed by our subsidiary, AP Renewables Incorporated, and the Buklao, Binga, and Magat hydroelectric power plants, now operated and managed by our joint venture, SN Aboitiz Power. And we have grown the capacities, the former nameplate capacities of these units. These facilities were rehabilitated to significantly improve efficiency and capacity to serve more customers and communities. Our RE portfolio, which would later on carry the brand Cleanergy, has since continued to grow. Next slide, please. In 2016, we completed our first solar power project with a capacity of 59 megawatts in Negros, San Carlos, Sun Power in Negros Occidental. No? Next slide, please. In 2017, we finished the restoration of our 6-megawatt binary project that was originally part of the Macban facility to increase the capacity of that geothermal plant. In the same year, we also started the construction of our La Trinidad Hydro in Benguet to enhance our existing facilities, increasing our capacity of that unit from 5.5 megawatts to what is now today 19 megawatts, and the project was completed in 2019. In 2018, we inaugurated 8.5 megawatts the Maris Hydro in Isabela, which optimizes water coming from Magat Hydro to generate additional capacity. Water that's flowing to the irrigation canal of NIA. Before it wasn't, it's just flowing to the irrigation canals, and we dropped 2 units of to generate 8.5 megawatts of clean energy. And also in 2018, we launched a new business unit, Aboitiz Power Distributed Energy, or APX, to develop and operate our rooftop solar ventures. In the same year, our Manolo Fortich in Bukidnon also began commercial operations and started adding close to 70 megawatts of clean and renewable energy in the Mindanao grid. Something that I'm very excited about, in 2019, we switched on our first floating solar project located in our Magat facility. We have proven the viability of this floating solar, designed to actually withstand tropical storms, tropical typhoons that are actually visiting us on a regular basis. And we are now on a stage of completing a feasibility study for about 60 megawatts of floating solar in the Magat Reservoir, and also looking at the possibility of putting floating solar in Buklao. Also in the same year, we secured the approval of all 4 local government units hosting the Alimit Hydro, which is set to be Ifugao's first large-scale hydro facility. And in the aftermath of the typhoon that flooded Isabela last year, we are working with the government to actually repurpose the facility also as a flood control project, to help alleviate in its way, its own little way, the flooding that can occur in the provinces of Isabela and Ifugao in the future. So this continued RE development highlights that Aboitiz Power has come a long way and has since been a trailblazer in the RE sector. And we intend to keep this RE growth momentum. This year, we kicked off our 10-year growth strategy, underscoring our commitment, right, to Power RE. And currently, Aboitiz Power, together with our partners in the Philippines' largest owner and operator of renewable energy, based on installed capacity, in the next 10 years, we will significantly grow Cleanergy, both domestically and internationally, in continued support of the government's efforts to build RE in the country, and as our contribution to the global RE targets. Ultimately, we're aiming for a 50-50 balance between our Cleanergy and thermal capacities by 2030 to help address the energy trilemma of energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. There had been discussions early on about, meeting base loads, energy security. And I think the key really is balancing the capacities of base load and RE, as I think some of the speakers also mentioned that fossil fuels, some of the fossil fuel plants will continue to provide capacity, but I think really the focus has shifted. It's inevitable that RE will be the key to our future, but we also need to make sure that the Philippines has sufficient baseload capacity to power the economy and help, of course, meet the energy requirements of the country. To date, we are working on several RE projects focusing on solar, wind, and hydro. We're aiming to start the construction of a 74-megawatt solar project in Cayanga, Pangasinan, in the second half of 2021. We've also recently completed the commissioning of 2 wind met masts in Pangasinan. We are currently gathering resource data such as the temperature, wind speed, and wind direction, among others. This is to estimate energy production and the suitability of the sites that we have actually identified. Other than what was mentioned also, other than limitation in terms of land availability, access to transmission is also a concern, that we need to look at sites where access to or connection to the transmission system would make the project viable. RE probably would be ranging anywhere from as small as 20, 30 megawatts to as big as Leanne mentioned, 500 megawatts. But key really is the cost of the transmission. The connection asset is actually the cost of the developer, and then that needs to be considered when choosing a site for RE projects. So if we have confirmed based on with metmasts results of at least a year that the site is viable, we can proceed with the project development and commence tendering the construction based on the needs of the market for this wind sites. We're also working on a 20-megawatt battery energy storage system project and detailed feasibility study for our floating solar, as I mentioned earlier. I think the future, and the tipping point really is when the LCOE of a combination of a variable renewable energy, solar or wind, and an energy storage system equal that of baseload. Then I think then we can really truly say that we can be self-sufficient for RE. It will be based on studies, based on data, but I think it will still take time for that tipping point to actually happen. All the strategic directions are geared towards ensuring that Aboitiz Power remains a sustainable company for our stakeholders today and for future generations. Despite the setbacks brought about by COVID-19 since the past year, we have remained resilient and committed to fulfilling our mission of providing energy supply that is reliable, affordable, and sustainable. This endeavor is backed by our strong environmental, social, and governance standards and practices, enabling us to operate while managing our impact to create long-term value for all our stakeholders. The growth of our clean energy portfolio in the next 10 years highlights our commitment to contributing to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 7, which is focused on affordable and clean energy. Fully shifting to renewable energy does not happen overnight. There will be compromises. There's no bitter pill. And the transition won't be easy. There are a lot of factors that need to be carefully considered, especially with our current energy situation, in which it is evident that baseload power is still necessary, and given that the resources are not complementing, we cannot have wind and solar and provide energy 24/7. So that's why baseload is still necessary. We at Aboitiz Power believe it is an energy transition journey that all of us, the private sector, the government, and even consumers should work on and power through together towards a more sustainable future. It's going to be a transition journey. It's not going to be easy. There will be mitigations that need to be considered, but we look forward to a cleaner environment in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rubio. And just real quick before I move along, I was asked to show what's inside the lunch from Conrad. It's one of these lovely boxes here with some utensils, and this is relevant because I've gotten a little hungry and actually ate part of it. So thank you again to the Conrad Hotel for our wonderful lunch. Now, moving along, our next guest is Mr. Charlie Ayco, who is the president of WeGen. If you're available, sir, for you.
Thank you very much, Ben, for this opportunity. Thank you to Manila Times. Okay, I'll just wait for the presentation. Okay, the name of our, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I'm Charlie Ayco, the president of WeGen. The name of our company is actually WeGen Laudato Si. Laudato Si comes from the encyclical of Pope Francis, where he asks all men and women of goodwill in the world to take care of our common home. So the focus of my presentation, and this is pretty short, is on the how. How exactly are we going to propel renewable energy against climate change? Next slide, please. Many of the presentations earlier and the strategies used to address, to answer that question, is what I would call a centralized approach to renewable energy generation. And these are large solar farms, wind farms all over. But the common thread among this is that power is directly supplied to the grid in megawatts. If you look at that figure, there is no change at all in how the industry is being structured. It is still the traditional structure of the electric system since the whole system started. And we just changed the source of energy from coal, for example, or non-renewable or fossil fuel-based to renewable. But the problem with that, as many of the previous presenters already mentioned, is that, number one, you have problem of location, you have problem of land, and the other one is you also have the problem of transmission, as was just mentioned, because the centralized system of renewable energy generation would carry with it the weaknesses of the grid. And there are only very few players who can do that. And this is the very important thing that I would like to emphasize. Even if we shift into renewable energy using this approach, the landed cost of power on the part of the customers will remain to be high. And we have one of the highest costs of electricity. So if we talk about competitiveness of the country, this approach, we think, will not necessarily bring down the cost of electricity in the Philippines and make us competitive. Okay? So, and the last one is that the role of the public, we always focus on the grid, we always focus on the industry players, but the role of the public is hardly ever mentioned. The public, the Filipino people, will just be consumers of electricity. Next slide. What we are recommending is a complementary approach. The big ones can continue with their centralized way, but our complementary approach is what we call a swarm strategy. Meaning, instead of large power plants, what we are proposing, and this was mentioned by Attorney Dimalanta earlier, we are proposing that instead we will build hundreds of thousands of small solar installations, which are integrated into one system through net metering and energy aggregation. The founder of our company is also the founder of Lichtblick in Germany years ago. And this is no longer scientific fiction, because in Germany, they have millions, 1.5 million of rooftop installation, which are all aggregated by a software and under Lichblick, it was called Swarm Dirigent. So it was the maestro that orchestrates all of these small installations into one big system so that it can be sold to the neighbors, it can be sold to the grid, it can be sold to any energy customer. So in other words, this is no longer a dream, but it is actually just a replication of the experience especially in Germany. We are hoping that we can replicate it in the Philippines. So how are we going to do it? Next slide. We are going to promote distributed energy resources, primarily through rooftop installations. And so under the system, power is directly supplied to the consumers. We also have a case, for example, Romblon Electric Cooperative, where they installed 50 kilowatts of solar on the rooftop of the barangay gym. And these are all distributed in the various places, and then they aggregate it. So you can do it either before the meter or behind the meter. Our approach is to do it behind the meter, because when you do it behind the meter, then the consumer of electricity will immediately enjoy lower electricity costs. In fact, they can also help the grid through net metering. But imagine this, the Philippines has 22.4 units of houses. If we just say convince 4 million of them to put up 5 kilowatts on the roof, that is a total of 25 gigawatts. So that is the total of power that is removed from the grid. And so therefore, there is no more, there is no problem with increasing the capacity of the grid, because the grid can work within its current limitations. It is low power for the customers, and very important, the consumers become prosumers. They're both producers of electricity and also consumers of electricity. And if we have a good net metering system, then they can sell that to their neighbors. We made a computation right now. The policy of net metering is to charge the exported power to be equal to the generation charge. We are thinking, why do you equal that to the generation charge? Why not add the savings on transmission charges and the savings on systems loss? Because if I export my power from my roof and it is sold to the grid, to the DU, and it is sold to my neighbor, the DU does not incur transmission charges, the DU does not incur systems loss. Okay, but why will he save that? Why will the DU get that benefit? So if you include that in the net metering charges, it becomes much more viable, financially viable for people to put up roof panels in the rooftops. So what we need really is more information about this. Next slide, please. So will it help the 12,000 sitios or 1.7 million families who are still not energized? Yes. What we can do is we can build mini grids using solar and then organize them into barangay power associations. So we begin at the end, no, because it's very expensive to connect them to the grid. And so we give them opportunity to do that. Next slide. In terms of technology, there's no more doubt. There are so many examples of rooftop solar, how it enables the consumers to save on electricity directly by themselves. So I will not focus on the technology. In terms of price, I will no longer focus on that, because we all know that it is much cheaper now, as much as more than 80% cheaper than it was around 10 years ago. Okay, so what does it take in order that we will have a new, I call it the new green energy revolution? Next slide, please. These are the things. One is to promote. There is a lack of understanding. There's a lack of information on the public. They always think that solar is still very expensive. They don't know how to do it. And then walk the talk and model. We can mandate all government buildings to install solar. and give incentives to private buildings and don't make it difficult for them. So we have to promote roof-mounted for self-consumption. And just imagine that the investment is not coming from government. The investment is coming from the people. Second, remove system size restrictions on net metering. What's the whole point of limiting it to 100 kilowatts? Instead, encourage net metering because actually for the DU, it is the cheapest electricity because by sheer principle of physics, the cheapest electricity is where you produce it at the place where it is going to be consumed. It is not cheap if you produce it thousands of kilometers away and then you still have to deliver that to huge transmission lines and you incur systems losses. So you encourage the use of rooftop solar for self-consumption. And then you compensate the family, the household through better net metering charges. And then third, which is very important, for small solar developers, especially for rooftop and for small businesses, access to financing is critical. I look at some of the programs like BBP's E2Save program. These are more fitted for large projects. But if you talk about 2 kilowatts, 3 kilowatts, which is the most common in the residential, then it is not easy for them to have end-user financing. And last but not the least is simplify and standardize requirements on permits. It's very difficult when you get permits from the LGUs and each LGU will have their own set of requirements. So if there is one set of requirements, then it's easy. So we know the problem. We are here to provide the solutions. For us, the complementary solution is to use distributed energy resources by installing solar PV systems on the rooftop of residences and buildings. And then aggregating all of that, use a software so that we have a software maestro that can coordinate all the power to be done. So thank you very much and good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ayco. I have an interesting question for you later on. It was very informative. And finally, we move on to Mr. Sam Zheng, who is the Regional Sales Director for the APAC region for LONGi Solar. I understand they're from Shanghai. Mr. Zheng, are you with us?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so let me share my screen first. All right, so can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let me start. So my name is Sam from LONGi Solar, and currently I'm in charge of Southeast Asia, and so glad to be here to give you a short presentation about Philippines market overview and LONGi's presence in Philippines. So as you know, so LONGi, we are the world's largest manufacturer of monocrystalline, and until today, so the total global shipment is 25 gigawatts, and we are from the last few years we are the top one and the number one in the tier one manufacturer list. Okay, so today, I will give a brief introduction about solar power development in Philippines. All right, so from this chart, so we can see the land uses of solar photovoltaic is much less than other traditional energy, such as biomass, wind, and hydropower. So the green color is current land uses, and the blue one means to meet 100% of 2010 global energy demand. From the data of 2018, so the installation capacity of oil-based and the hydropower is higher than solar. Hence, solar PV still have a vast space of development in Philippines. So, moreover, power load is generated in densely populated areas, and different application of solar PV like floating rooftop and the microgrid, and they can also help to relieve the grid pressure. So at present, the limited electricity in Luzon area and electricity supply to over 7,000 island, the different application of solar PV can bring a lot of clean and cheap electricity to end user in Philippines. All right. Nowadays, solar PV has become the cheapest energy in the world. So with the development of solar PV from 2009 to 2018, so every country has different subsidy policy to facilitate the PV installation. During this decade, the most of solar PV has reduced to 75%. We call the grid parity era from 2019 to 2022, and most countries encourage grid parity. In some developed countries, the cost of solar PV is lower than thermal power, even in China. So we almost realized the grid parity from 2000 and from 2023 to 2040. So with the gradual realization of the zero carbon commitment, so the cost of solar PV will continuously reduce to 66%. Okay, so compared with other countries in Southeast Asia, so this slide shows the lowest bidding tariff except Vietnam. Meanwhile, the FIT in 2015 in Philippines was $0.17 US, and it is much higher than current tariff. All right. So in this page, so with the cost reduction of solar PV, the cost of EPC also reduced year by year. So the cost reduction of EPC is rely on the cost reduction of equipment such as inverters, modules, cables, etc. So higher system efficiency can also lower BOS cost like labor, land, material, and the technological breakthrough furthering project (IRR) as well. In addition to above, the funding institution supports solar industry a lot, and it also can help to reduce the cost of financing as well. Okay, so now I move to solar power potential in the Philippines. Okay, so recently the limitation of the electricity in Luzon area. So from this chart, we can see there are a total 15 gigawatts of reliable energy. However, there's only 4 gigawatts of energy under maintenance, and it has 9% of system loss. So even there are 7 distribution units have 1,314 megawatts to support power grid in Luzon. So, but it is still in shortage of energy, and there's a red warning in July in Philippines. And I will also brief currently policy of solar industry in Philippines. Basically, it will divide into 4 key segments: utility auction, WeGen project. These are utility projects, and also net metering, self-consumption. This is for rooftop. And now the commercial tariff is 12.3 US cents, residential tariff is around 19.8 US cents. To compare with the cost of PV power generation in Southeast Asia. So I have to emphasize that we have a lot of motivation on the development of solar PV. All right, so here I will give some brief on the LONGi's presence in distribution scales in Philippines. So until May of 2021, so we totally have 20 megawatt of shipment in Philippines. So even the COVID situation is not getting better in Philippines. So, but the benefit of solar industry still be recognized in this market. And right now, there are some newly sector has some requirement on solar PV, such as food and pharmaceutical manufacturing and cold storage, etc. Actually, under COVID-19, the demands of residential has increased because people are spending more time at home and they are considering the lower cost of solar PV generation. All right, so except the distribution scales, LONGi, so we also have some achievement on utility scales starting from 2018. So actually we have supplied 2 big projects. Well, one is 100 megawatt in Pasuruan and has commissioned in 2019. So another one is 18 megawatt with Zheng, but due to the COVID, it has been delayed in construction right now. Okay, so here I will give some technology breakthrough of LONGi. All right, so the purpose of research and development is to reduce the cost and increase the efficiency. So actually, LONGi has spent 5 to 7% of total revenue on research and development every year, and totally spend 1.2 billion US dollar from 2011 until now. So rely on its dominant position on the upstream of mono wafer. So LONGi help this industry to reduce 80% of cost on wafer production in the past 8 years. So wafer quality improved with reduction on oxygen, carbon, and metal impurity concentration, and increase minority carriers lifetime. Provide better quality wafer for cell processing. As you may know, LONGi always focus on innovation of mono technology from its foundation. So and by constantly reducing cost. You can see from this picture, and the market share has been increased significantly from 18% in 2015 and to 19% in 2020. And then we have different technology from conventional mono PERC, bifacial PERC, half cell bifacial, the M6 wafer size, M10. And right now, we just launched our new product of N-type TOPCon at this moment. Sorry. Okay, so here I will give you some brief technology introduction about our new product. We call it HYMO-N. We use the newly launched HYMO-N integrate advanced technology. So the optimal wafer size M10, and taking account the mechanical strength, so downstream electrical safety and the compatibility, logistical safety and the feasibility. So HPC bifacial cells has feature of low LID, PID resistant, and the good yield performance due to the excellent temperature coefficient, and the low irradiance performance, 2+2 draw glass structure, and the advanced track resistance, smart soldering technology. Okay, so here are the three mainstream LONGi product series. So we have HIMO 4, HIMO 5, and now already available to the market. Already available to the market. HIMO 4 mainly target to the rooftop, distributed in the floating system, and HIMO 5 mainly target to the large scale ground mounted project. So customer who is sensitive to initial capex. So as for HIMO N, so ultra high power output and high power efficiency. So low degradation and excellent yield performance, high reliability of crack resistance. Surely we will bring great value to our customer. All right, so here's some technology breakthrough. So actually what LONGi N-type product contribute to our customer. So first of all, 1% higher efficiency, so can reduce the land utilization, save the land cost. Meanwhile, save cost of foundation, piles, cabling, etc. And good temperature coefficient, so less power loss due to the temperature rise. So 10% higher bifaciality and gets 1.5% more yield than PERC with sandy land. And also less than 1% first year degradation due to zero LID. So meanwhile, 2.4% more power guarantee over 30-year life cycle. 2.96% higher yield comparing to bifacial PERC, based on a real project built at LONGi Taizhou factory, our own internal lab. Benefits from higher power and higher module efficiency. HIMO N can help to save 3% BOS and contribute to 3.5% more DC capacity with the same land area. Okay, here is the brief comparison about the P-type and the N-type. All right, that's it for my presentation. So here I will also officially introduce our local representative, Miss Victoria. He is our he's the only window for LONGi in Philippines. Thanks, guys. Thanks for attending.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zheng. Where's everybody at?
Thank you.
All right, do we have a few minutes for a few questions? I know we're running a bit late. What do you think, Clank?
Yeah, I think we should. There's so much that we've tackled. Really, I mean, I apologize to the speakers that we're running over time, and there's really so much that we can talk about. But if you don't mind, maybe I can kick it off. Maybe for Mr. Ayco and Mr. Rubio, the technologies you discuss are very interesting. I was going to suggest that the Philippines should look at the floating solar panels, because I saw that in Thailand, but I'm glad to see that Aboitiz is already doing that. But you know, I think for the audience today, I think many are particularly interested on the retail side. Like how much, maybe you can talk about maybe how much would be, you know, ballpark figures, the investments for a household to mount a solar panel, And maybe, I don't know if there may be, just again, in ballpark figures, a payback period and the return for those investments.
Okay. Let's do it very quickly. Let us say 3 panels, that's around 1 kilowatt, 1,000 watts. Okay. 1 kilowatt will give you 4 kilowatt hours a day, 120 kilowatt hours a month. If you multiply that by 10 pesos per kilowatt hour, your savings is equivalent to 1,200 in a month. Multiply that by 12 months, that's 14,400 in a year. Your investment for that is around 70,000. So your return of investment in 1 year is more than 20%, around 21%. Now, that 1 kilowatt will produce you 36,000 kilowatt hours in 25 years. If you divide the 70,000 investment by 36,000 kilowatt hours, that's below 2 pesos per kilowatt hour. That's your cost.
Okay.
Yeah, many people are not aware that this is actually the economics of this. Now, we don't go into the large one. So we.
No, in fact, the impression is that it's very expensive. I mean, it's an eye opener that you're actually mentioning these figures.
Yes, the only problem is that not so many people have available 80,000 cash or 70,000 cash. But what we're telling them is that if you put your 70,000 in a bank, it will not give you even 3% in a year. But if you invest in solar, it will give you as avoided cost of at least 21%. So what we are actually asking is more access to small financing. I know that, for example, Pag-ibig is giving loans to install solar. But Pag-ibig is not giving loans to solar developers. No? So unlike if you are into housing, as a developer, I can apply for a developer's loan from Pag-ibig, and my buyer applies for a housing loan also from Pag-ibig. But that's not how it works in solar. No. So that is the advocacy that we're having. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Rubio, maybe if you can jump in. I know you have a number of products, and maybe you can mention that, but I'm also interested in maybe adding to that the point that Diaz was mentioning earlier about this rethinking or reimagining, right? And particularly your floating solar panels. I noticed that in Thailand, for example, they put it along dams, as you have mentioned also that Aboitiz is also doing, I guess, to rapidly tap those, right? And in peak hours, again, moving away from that base load mentality. But maybe if you can jump in.
Yep. Thank you, Click. I'm sorry, I cannot answer the question you first asked, Charlie. No, we're not into households. We're looking at utility scale installations for our solar, mainly contracting with distribution utilities. But we have a company called APX who are looking at industrial customers, bundling our energy together with solar to optimize and, of course, lower the cost offers and be competitive in the retail competition. We're excited with the technology that we have tested in our Magat facility. As you all know, we're visited by at least 22 typhoons on the average every year. And when we actually designed this together with our joint venture partners in SN Aboitiz, then SN Aboitiz Power, which is now a partner now is another Norwegian company called Scatec. We have to design this to withstand, if I'm not mistaken, 230 kilometers per hour of gusts, right? So maybe Thailand is not, or Vietnam are not, well, Vietnam is, but Thailand may not be as vulnerable as Philippines. So we cannot put this, we believe that we cannot put this on pontoons, just like, if you visit some of the solar expos, you can see that it's mounted on floating pontoons. If you do that, it's just going to be blown away, right? As what we've seen in some of the solar facilities in Japan. So this thing is actually sitting like a lily pod, right, on water, right? So there's no space between the water and the panel, so it's a flexible panel moving that way, right? So, but it's anchored, right? Well, fortunately, we have not been visited by a 240 kilometer per hour typhoon in the last 2 years. If I'm not mistaken, again, the strongest one's probably about 170 that visited Isabela at one point. And it has proven to be stable, no? So, and that's why now we've engaged a third party to actually put up the feasibility study to put up 67 megawatts of this of solar panels in Magat, working together with NIA, which actually is the administrator for the reservoir.
Right. I wonder if you and Mr. Leviste talked about, these designs or these terrestrial designs. I was wondering if, I'm sorry for being ignorant here, but is there technology that exists, for example, in making a tower configuration so that it doesn't have as much, footprint? I mean, I just now realized when you said, the kind of tolerances you might have to design these panels with, given the typhoons that we see. Is that a possibility, or is it more of a cost constraint? Is the technology?
Leanne is the expert. I leave it with you, Leanne.
Thank you. I think that the problem, if you make the panels stand up by the angle that I think you're suggesting, is first, it will not be directly exposed to the sun.
Okay.
The Philippines is, let's say, 14, 15 degrees north of the equator, then you would typically tilt the solar panels by just that same amount.
I see.
Beyond that or less than that is suboptimal from a generation perspective. Secondly, it's actually going to be directly hit when there's a wind. So it's more likely going to be blown away. I think in terms of the land use efficiency, the promising thing is that the latest solar panels that are now being sold by the likes of your other panelists are now close to 600 watts. And the first solar farms that were built by the likes of the company of Mr. Rubio were probably in 2016 using 300 or so watt panels. So that jump in panel efficiency is meaning that instead of 1.5 hectares per megawatt, it's now less than 1 hectare per megawatt. But I think the long-term saving grace for land use is going to mean building integrated photovoltaics. It is well publicized that Tesla now has solar roofs, and our company began with solar roofs, and we found that there's lots of technical issues with integrating the solar panels on the roof. But when every glass and every roof tile can become photovoltaic integrated, that's really when it can gain scale.
I think there are actually buildings, I think, in the Middle East that are using some of these panels, but they're sacrificing efficiency, as for the reason that Leanne mentioned, the angle of irradiance from the sun. So you can, but I guess it's going to be costly. As there are also few land in the Philippines where solar panels are actually mounted on hilly portions, not just because of efficiency issues.
Right. Maybe I can, Mr. Rubio, since you're there. Mr. Ayco mentioned the financing component, which I think is a very good point. But is there something that the government can do, maybe just to encourage more private investments, like what Aboitiz is doing, to go into, or maybe expand what you're doing? And maybe I can ask this also from Mr. Zheng. I know that China, for instance, is doing quite a bit in offering financial incentives to households. I don't know if some of those would be good for the Philippines to replicate. But Mr. Rubio, first on the industrial scale, I suppose, what are some of the interventions that government can do to encourage companies like yours to expand?
Well, not just on financing, mainly, of course, in developing platforms and frameworks where we can actually sell the output of renewable energy. RPS, as I said, where distribution utilities are required to get 1% of their energy requirements from qualified renewable energy suppliers. We believe that the timeline for a physical requirement where we need to add more capacity to meet this requirement, as long as DUs are really required to comply, would be maybe around 2025, 2026. Initially, it was 2023, but because of the pandemic and lower demand, we believe it has moved a little bit. and then the platform with regard to allowing distribution utilities to actually buy renewable energy, which is the Green Energy Auction program, where investors and generators will be offering their capacity, in a pooled market, and then distribution utilities can just buy from that market based on whether they just want to comply with the 1% requirement or even get more, right? Mm-hmm. As far as financing is concerned, there's so much money now being allocated by financial institutions and renewable energy, since they stopped financing coal projects, and that's the concern now moving forward. And thus, I think it's also timely that DOE has put up a coal moratorium. As Mona said, not because of climate change, but because they don't want to add more inflexible plants in the country, which a different thing to imagine. But I don't think there's really a need for government. It will welcome that, but there's just a lot of interested financing institutions to fund through green bonds, in some of the arrangements in funding renewable energy projects.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Zheng. Can you talk about the incentives that the Chinese government is offering to encourage the people there to adopt more solar technology, to install solar panels in their homes? Maybe there's something that we can learn from your country's experience.
Okay, so actually, in Chinese. So recently in China, so our government encourage the graph parity. So actually, we don't have any bidding project right now in China. So we don't have any bidding projects. So our government encourage us and hope the industry to be the grid parity as soon as possible. So this is the recent solar policy in China.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Ayco, you want to expound on what you're saying earlier about financing?
Okay. In terms of large projects, utility scale projects, 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, I think the big firms can do that. What I'm talking about is end user financing. For residential, for example, if they would like to borrow $500,000, no big banks would lend to them. And so there must be a way in which there is better access for smaller consumers so that we can promote a more distributed approach. That's what I'm saying. And then the other thing that I think in terms of education or promotion is that many of our small DUs, especially the local electric cooperatives, they always look at rooftop installation as a threat to them, because it would reduce the revenue. And I have been telling them, you know what, your break even is if you can just get payment in terms of your distribution charge, then you are break even. So I have spoken to some of these electric cooperatives, but I told them, you know what, there are things that you can do that we cannot do as small installers. For example, we can use your payment system so that you can collect the payments from our customers, and then you have so many engineers, you can help us in our operations and maintenance, and then we will pay you the equivalent of a distribution charge, and then so the DOs are break even. So there's a lot of lack of information out there. So I think those are the two things that we still have to work on. But for large scale projects, I think they can manage, and they also have the package.
Okay. I may be calling on you soon for my own house. Ben, you have some questions, Ben?
I have the question is number one in my mind for Mr. Ayco. You listed a number of things that should be fixed with the net metering program. And I think it's a list that I wrote down almost verbatim, more than once. It's because it's so sensible. Have have you made any progress with that? With the what would be the ERC, I guess, the main main villain in that whole thing, because everything you suggested is completely logical and is what should be done. Have you gotten any positive response to those?
We are still working with some associations to do the small wins. At least we now have the guidelines for the net metering. But let me go back. I was first surprised when there was a decision that the net metering charge should be equal to the generation charge. So I was thinking, wait, I sell to the DU my electricity at, for example, 5 pesos. Okay, that is the generation charge. And then the DU will get it from me and sell it to my neighbor at 10 pesos. Okay, so the 5 pesos goes to me, and then the 5 pesos will be divided. Okay, 1 peso of that will go to the government. All right, another will be the distribution charge. Okay, but I was wondering, why is the DU charging a transmission charge when in fact he is not using NGCP for that power sold to my neighbor? And then the other one is, why is he charging systems loss? There's practically no systems loss. So what we're just saying is that for ERC to review it and increase it so that there's actually, anyway, my neighbor will be paying for all the less, for the transmission and all of that, but not me. No, so that's one. The other one that we are advocating now, or we were talking to our association, is also this REC meter. So there's a renewable energy consumption meter, and so it's an added expense. And the last one that we encounter, which is very difficult, is that each DU, each electric cooperative, for example, would add their own requirements, and so it's difficult to navigate. Yeah, but I think overall, as a system wide, if we have a problem with our transmission system, if we have a problem of how to shift, one way of doing that, especially on intermittent, I was just thinking, if I have 100 megawatt in one area, theoretically, if I distribute that in 100,000 rooftops at 1 kilowatt, spread it all over Luzon. Okay, by sheer statistics, it's almost impossible that at the same time the whole Luzon Island will get cloudy. No, so the intermittency will be addressed by spreading your risk. That's just the idea. Of course, the other solution is you add some storage, but by sheer statistics of doing that, when you spread it out, you actually remove your concentration risk.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I think it's about time we wrap this up. I certainly have learned an awful lot, and I hope that I could get in touch with all you gentlemen with some follow-up questions at some point. Clink, you have any final words?
I just want to thank all of the speakers, and I think as Ben said, there's so much more to chew on here, but the constraint, of course, today is time. If the speakers don't mind, we'd like to reach out to you, as we mentioned to our previous guest, and I think have a longer interview, because there's so much really that we'd like to ask, and there are still some questions on our chat box that we have not yet had a chance to ask as well. So if you don't mind, we maybe should do an extended one-on-one interviews with many of you. But thank you very much for the time today, and I really appreciate it. And again, I apologize for the design of this forum. I think we just underestimated how much meat we will discuss. So I think next time we know better, and perhaps we should plan this maybe in 2 parts. All right, but thank you once again, and do expect a call from us for another interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thanks for having all of you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bago pa man magsimulang tumigil ang mundo ng dahil sa pandemya, napakadami na namin ginaharap para lang magampanan ang aming tungkulin. Matugunan ang pangangailangan na nakararami. Simula sa lungkot na dala ng pagsampa hanggang sa iba't ibang klaseng trabaho na dinaranas namin sa araw-araw. Kalakip ang pangako ng magandang bukas. Patuloy kaming babangon para matugunan ang inyong pangangailangan. Patuloy naming iaalay ang aming oras at kakayahan para mapanatili kayong nakangiti. Patuloy kaming maglalayag sa iba't ibang dako ng mundo upang mapanatiling maayos ang inyong kalagayan. Ilan lang kami sa libu-libong manggagawa sa karagatan na nagnanais ng karampatang pagtrato at respeto. Para sa aming napiling larangan, sana sa araw na ito nilaan para sa amin, maisip rin kami. Nagmamahal ng marinong Pilipino.
This 2021, we are taking it a step further as we shift our focus on environmental sustainability. We will invest in more renewable energy projects, both here and abroad, while making sure we still have the right balance for baseload capacity as we strive to fulfill our commitment to powering the country's growth and helping fight climate change. We are focused on reaching an almost 50-50 balance between our clean energy portfolio and thermal capacities that will ultimately address the energy trilemma of availability, cost efficiency, and sustainability. We at Aboitiz Power want to be more than just your preferred energy company. We want to be a catalyst for change while being an effective partner for progress. Our mission stays the same. We aspire to drive change for a better world, not just for the people living today, but for generations to come.
LONGi has become the #1 solar company in the world. In 2020, LONGi became the first solar technology company to ship more than 20 gigawatt modules annually, which almost equals to the installed capacity of the largest hydroelectric power plant. The reliable performance of its solar modules makes LONGi the leading light in moving the world towards a green and sustainable energy future across 6 continents and 85 countries. Over the past 21 years, LONGi has been totally committed to the monocrystalline technology, convinced that it would bring about industrial technological change and become the benchmark for the global PV industry. Since then, the industry trend has undergone significant change, with monocrystalline now dominating with a market share of 90%. LONGi leading the energy revolution, making green ambitions reality.
industry in the Philippines is experiencing a dramatic expansion as the country faces a strong demand for new sources of power to support its rapid economic growth. With abundant sunlight, increasingly affordable technology, and growing investor interest, the solar energy sector is poised to take advantage of these opportunities. The Philippine government has allocated 7,000 megawatts of power generation to add to the country's existing capacity over the next 5 years. With its commitment to reduce 70% of carbon emissions by 2030, renewable energy is the most viable option to meet this tremendous demand. WeGen has entered the Philippines with a unique proposition, one that will revolutionize the energy sector. WeGen is a next-generation energy tech company that uses rapidly advancing renewable energy, battery storage, and software technologies to develop energy solutions for homes, communities, schools, and small businesses to large industrial and commercial properties, resorts, and even entire islands. Our name, WeGen, reflects our belief in the democratization of energy. We, families, communities, and businesses can produce or generate and share all the power we need, transforming consumers into prosumers. WeGen offers 3 distinct solutions to our customers: residential or commercial solar solutions, solar PV, battery storage, and smart software solutions for homes, schools, churches, hospitals, and businesses, reduces energy bills and provides emergency power. Standalone island solutions, replaces diesel and fossil fuels with a mix of renewables. For example, solar, wind, biomass, and smart software. Ideal for eco-resorts and small islands. And distributed power plants. Aggregation and supply of energy can serve as reserve capacity to provide power during peak load hours. At the heart of WeGen is its commitment to community development and social change for marginalized sectors in the country. We envision the eradication of energy poverty towards sustainable development for all. From job creation to ecological conversion, WeGen believes in expanding the horizons for underserved communities through energy aggregation and democratization. WeGen has dedicated itself to bridging gaps and building sustainable communities through clean and affordable energy solutions for all. WeGen, the power of sharing.
Welcome to Conrad, Manila, the iconic architecture and luxury haven inspired by the impressive vessels that traverse Manila Bay. With 347 guest rooms, dining, and meeting options, Conrad Manila is dedicated to serve our various market segments in good times and amid challenges. The health and safety of our guests and of our people are our highest concerns. From check-in to check-out, our promise is to deliver a high level of reliable and friendly service with added confidence of global hygiene practices to keep everyone safe. Conrad Manila proudly offers the Hilton Event Ready and Clean Stay, designed to create event experiences that are clean, flexible, safe, and socially responsible. From redesigned event spaces to innovative technologies resources to inspiring food. Navigating back to the new normal, Conrad Manila is ready to offer more than 2,400 square meters of flexible function space, 2 pillar-less ballrooms, and meeting rooms for any occasion. Then and now, Conrad Manila's F&B dining areas have remained the premium market's restaurants of choice, offering innovative and savory menus for every season, every milestone. Conrad Manila is committed to protecting our communities and our planet with Travel with Purpose, Hilton's environmental, social, and governance strategy to drive responsible travel and tourism. 5 years of operation, Conrad Manila has earned more than 70 industry awards and recognition, including the LEED Gold certification from the U.S. Green Building Council, Department of Tourism's ASEAN Green Luxury Hotel, and ASEAN Green Minds Hotel. Condé Nast Traveler's Reader's Choice Awards as one of the best hotels in the world, and just recently, top 10 in sustainable travel bucket list of the best eco-conscious Hiltons around the world. At Conrad Manila, our brand promise is never just stay inspired.